Episode number 71 of the Dragon's Den podcast is live and on the air. My name's Eric Hopkins, aka Jell. Welcome to the show. I'm joined tonight by Mr. and Mrs. Biscuit, in Brandon's case, Mr. Biscuit Butter, and of course, Matt, whenever he decides, there he is. He had to get his liter of cola.
Not a sponsor.
No.
Not a sponsor.
Yeah, not sponsored.
Fucking calm down, Farva.
See, this here is called Fansville. I know you people from Pittsburgh have never heard of it before, but
We're not from Pittsburgh, though, so there's that.
Okay.
Anyway, we're off to a rocking start here on the show, guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Aren't we always? I'm trying to take a picture of my ID and it's too blurry, so there's that.
Go share
more
with the crew.
Yeah.
No.
Jesus.
Well, I'm buying more Bitcoin.
Oh, gotcha. There you go. And we
I'm trying
got
to send my mom a link for Bitcoin.
we got a cameo from Sir Loki in the background too over there behind Brandon. So those you want to check out the puppy. What's up, big dog?
Okay, I need to hurry up with that. I'll get it out of everybody.
But yes, this is episode number 71. As always, we've got some pro wrestling to talk about. We got 2 pay-per-views coming up before Thanksgiving to talk about. We've also got a movie trailer, a little bit of movie news, sports as always, and of course, rounding out the show with news and politics like we always tend to do around here for sure. So we're happy to have you guys here. If you're finding us for the first time, I thought I might try to start doing this a little bit more, hopefully promote the show a little bit. I know that's kind of my job around here. If you're finding us for the first time, click the like, click subscribe. Don't forget to comment during the show. Let us know what you guys think and stuff like that. And of course, follow us on Rumble. Follow us on all of our X accounts at the bottom of the screen and in the description box below. So kind of help us build the channel out here, guys. We're trying to work and building our way up slowly but surely, going up in the follows on Rumble, and same as on YouTube as well. So definitely excited to have more and more people view as Matt looks bewildered at the screen.
I've been pretty active on X this past week, and I've gotten some new followers. So if there's anybody new out there watching, hi.
Awesome.
Comment.
Definitely glad to have you on the show. If you guys
back me up if you can.
Question.
I need it.
Eric,
Yes.
are you sick or some shit? You sound nasally.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been last 4 days. I've had a really bad cold flu. I'm on the mend, but it's still a little stuffy sounding. So if I sound a little awkward, that would be why. So, yeah.
How's Aaron feeling, Brandon?
Got my lozenges. I'm ready to roll.
Better. He hasn't.
I was just wondering if my concoction helped.
Yeah.
Oh, was he sick too? Oh, well,
Yeah,
he
I
was
gave
getting sick,
him some stuff like
Going around.
I think it was Monday night. I don't remember.
Yeah, work is about as bad as getting it from a kid at school. I mean, it just seems like no matter what I try to do, but
well, that's
it's that time of year.
I'm gonna post a picture of how many vitamins I make him take a day.
I take more than I used to, but all I know is I'd rather be sick this week than next week during Thanksgiving. So I'm hoping I'll be
it's gotta happen, I guess.
Apparently my niece also got sick, so I'm hoping she feels better by next week too.
Since we're talking about Thanksgiving, since you brought up Thanksgiving, let me ask y'all a question.
Okay.
Even Matt when he comes back. What is your ideal plate setup for Thanksgiving? Like, what are things that you have to have that has to be there for Thanksgiving, and like what is going on your plate? And is something
I'm glad
that isn't
that you would
made
ask,
anymore.
Brandon.
You would like,
see, what
shut
I
up.
usually
If
do
there's
is
something you didn't like,
I put my mashed potatoes right here next to my bread.
That's KFC.
And then with my chicken right here.
I mean, it's similar type of food, but
do you guys ever cook?
Yeah.
When?
Friday nights are out to eat nights.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
So is his lunches at work every day too.
It's really hard. When Brandon grew up at 7:30, it was really hard to get food done and on the podcast at 9:30. Like we were always late.
Of course, Matt lives a lot closer to work than Brandon did. So, but even so, I can see that. Now, my ideal plate, okay, obviously turkey. Mashed potatoes. If there's mac and cheese, cool. Green bean casserole is a must nowadays. It used to be. A roll, I guess. I don't know. Maybe some corn. I'm not a corn casserole guy per se, but I mean, nothing outrageous. Of course, and of course, pumpkin pie with enough Cool Whip to cover the entire pie where you can't see the actual pumpkin. But you know. Yeah.
Okay.
Why? What'd you ask? Like something different?
I'm genuine because I can tell you, like, obviously, my Thanksgiving as a kid growing up and as a young adult are vastly different from yours as far as what food, some of the foods that's being prepared and it's on my plate. Like, that's just cultural difference as it is what it is, right?
I'm not a sweet potato guy.
Never. I don't understand.
I wasn't either until I met him. It's a black thing.
I don't understand. Yeah, because like I don't understand.
It'll improve my whiteness, huh?
But
yeah,
Eric, listen. Next time we do something, we made these sweet potato balls, and they're cinnamon and sugar. So think of a sweet potato pie or a pumpkin pie with a marshmallow inside, and he deep fried them. And they
marshmallows
were
marshmallows for me are kind of a only on occasional type thing. I don't
listen,
know
they're vegan because I can't have corn syrup, so they're not as like overly sweet as a regular marshmallow. It really complemented it well, so you can try them next time.
Right on. So I mean, I'll give it a whirl for sure.
So for me, like I guess growing up compared to like now, but now it's kind of still the same with two things missing unless we decide to do that. My Thanksgiving plate would be set up like I'd have turkey, ham, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, stuffing for sure.
Yeah.
Yams or candied yams, whatever y'all want to call them, which is sweet potatoes. Like if my mom made candy yam, like sweet potato casserole or candy yams, like I'm eating that all day. Deviled eggs, 1,000%.
Oh yeah, forgot about deviled eggs. I like those too.
Yeah.
And greens. Now it was I was very particular about my greens. Like I just don't fuck with everybody greens like that. But like we went to my mom's. One of the last Thanksgivings we went to my mom's house.
The year I was pregnant with Jaden,
she made the biggest fucking plate for Miranda. I'm talking about it had everything on this fucking plate. Like when we used to make Thanksgiving night, and we do it now too. Like we cook enough to feed everybody in this house and then some, and not like because like that's what I'm used to. So like my plate is literally everything. And then dessert wise, sweet potato pie. Like I don't understand.
But I'm making the strawberry jello pretzel salad stuff. I hope if Sierra is listening, you're invited. Come get some, girl.
And I want to make some banana pudding this year because like
that's good too.
I fucking love banana pudding. But like that, my ideal plate would be, like I said, stuffing, mashed potatoes, greens, fucking mac and cheese, corn, and cranberry sauce. Like,
yeah, I've never been a fan of that either.
Do you like? We never do that. So, do you want canned? I remember doing it for somebody one year, but
yeah, no, we ain't got to make cranberries. We don't got to get cranberry sauce this year. That's fine.
We still got to do something with the cranberries I bought.
Yeah, I just remember that episode of The Simpsons where Bart Simpson tried to help his mom out at Thanksgiving, and the cranberries just came out of the can and just slid down. It was hilarious. I love that. Good job,
What about
Bart.
Matt? Or Matt, do you not eat Thanksgiving dinners, or do you not eat turkey and shit?
We did this week.
You're muted, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I partake in the ritual of eating the bird. Yes, I do. And
was it a Canadian goose?
Oh, hell.
Turkey. Okay. I'm bird blind, remember.
This bird was non-Canadian. But this brings up
I got a bird story for you too.
Oh God.
This brings up a topic. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Fix my screen. Anyways, this brings up a topic. I had a turkey that was just running down my road the other day. And I could not help the impulse. But I rolled down my window and go, run, bitch, run.
Oh, man. You know what? I believe every second of that sentence.
Yeah, there's some turkeys that's in our backyard. We'll catch them out there occasionally. There's 2 of them back there.
You don't normally see a wild turkey just running around downtown B-town. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
Like, not
but in my backyard, shit, yeah.
Yeah, out your way, I get it, but not. I mean, I guess he's got some wooded areas out there where he lives too a little bit.
Now, Miranda, what's on your plate at Thanksgiving? Like, besides everything I make, because I'm fucking.
Well, everything you make, like
Yeah.
you've named it all.
I'm
I
super
told you
dope
I
in the
wanted
kitchen.
the strawberry stuff
Mm-hmm.
and green bean
Now
casserole. I think I'm gonna make this year.
Am I doing a Cajun turkey this
I
year
don't
too?
know. I should have bought the
smoked-
turkey the other day when I was.
That
They were only
don't sound bad
49
either.
cents a freaking pound.
Brother, I smoked the turkey once. Dude, it was fucking delicious.
It was delicious.
Yeah, it was like the brisket that you said you didn't want and then ate almost all of.
Yeah, Matt. Didn't know what he liked until he tried it, huh? Yeah, for sure.
You
He
knew
was like,
damn
no,
well that when
I have a
started
feeling
with
you're
that
the
brisket,
same way though,
I
because
was
like
gonna
you
finish.
haven't. Eric hasn't
Yeah,
not
Eric,
liked anything that.
Yeah, anything Brandon's made, I've liked for the most part. I can't think of anything off the top of my head I didn't like. Let's put it that way.
And I've
I mean, look at
experimented
me.
with some shit.
Yeah,
Like, Eric-
exactly.
So
We got Mike.
Miranda,
Oh, go ahead.
Miranda,
Huh.
this is kind of off topic, but
Okay, always.
Par for your course.
Mm-hmm.
Sierra has started working her new shift. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
His
And
wife,
what
for
they're
those
doing
wondering.
because of the holiday hours, they're now requiring you to work from 3 until 12 at night.
3 in the afternoon till 12 o'clock at night.
12 o'clock at night.
That's a
Oh
true
my,
second
what time
shift.
do they close?
So she is getting used to that
That is ass, is what that is.
right now. And
So are you guys?
her body is just her body is not about it right now.
Well, you ain't going to be for a while,
So
I'm sure.
she's just laying there last night, and she just was just having so much pain in her back. And I just hit a point where I looked at her and I said, "Well, what do you want me to do?"
Rub it.
I mean, no,
Rub her back, you fucking
I'm already
Massage.
doing that.
creepy.
Oh, okay.
What do you want, Loki?
Yeah,
What?
shut up, dog.
Was that it? Was that the
Hold
story?
on,
That's
I gotta
story.
deal with
Okay. Just got stopped. All right. We got Mike in the chat. He said, what's up, gang? Want to make sure I congratulate Brandon on his impending win this week in fantasy football. I won last week, which means I lose this week. Story of my season. Well, the way Josh Allen started out on Thursday Night Football, yeah, you're probably not wrong. We'll talk more about that once we get toward the sports section.
It's a long
I'm gonna be busy when we're talking about sports.
Man, he also said, I know I'm in the minority, but I don't like Cool Whip or whipped cream on my pumpkin pie. I can eat it
Neither
without
do
it. I just prefer a lot on it if I could just have a choice.
You are not in the minority,
Mike.
Mike. I don't like it either.
Mike, what's your stance on sweet potatoes? I'm genuinely curious because I've said this before, and I've said it to you too, Eric. You guys don't like sweet potato. Is it the taste or what? Because
it's a
you
texture
also like
thing,
persimmons.
Yeah.
And like persimmons are the like texturally and to me taste wise are the same fucking thing.
Persimmons though is usually in like a persimmon pudding or an ice cream. It's not just straight persimmons, you know. Sweet potatoes.
Like I said, how have you had or tasted sweet potatoes made?
To be quite fair, it has been a long time, so it basically be a new experience for me.
I don't like sweet potatoes like with nothing on them, but even sweet potato fries, if they've got enough salt and seasoning, they're delicious.
Yeah. So like I'll tell you,
or cinnamon and sugar.
The sweet potato balls, the fried sweet potato balls I made, the texture was literally like persimmon pie or cake or whatever the hell it's called. It's the same texture, like as far and taste wise. Again, I can't differentiate the two. So like, it's wild to me that like we moved down here and like talking to people about, you know, especially Thanksgiving when it rolls around, and it's like we have these conversations before at work about like, oh, what's your go to when you go to Thanksgiving? What are you looking for, whatever? And like I've brought up sweet potatoes and candy yams so many times, and like a lot of people are just like, ew, I can't. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Mike Brandon was asking if you like sweet potatoes or for Thanksgiving or anything.
Yeah,
I guess
sweet potatoes, candy yam.
Yeah,
I was just curious.
Didn't know where you stood on it. That's why that was the question.
Yeah. What's your stance on sweet potatoes?
I'm gonna go with he likes them, but I could be wrong on that.
Have you had the sweet potato fries at like Bubs and shit? Like when we went?
Yes,
I think I tried those. They were okay. But again, it's a little different than just like
Those
Look,
sweet potato
yeah,
fries,
I will make
that's what
you
we're
the
saying
next
though.
time.
Like we don't make just sweet potatoes. We make them either
Yeah.
savory with garlic and Parmesan cheese.
Oh yeah,
and,
Parmesan cheese and garlic is fucking delicious.
or
I can make
cinnamon
it sweet or
sugar. He
savory.
usually puts like oatmeal, maple and brown sugar oatmeal as a topping.
Like a crust, and I'll crush up some like walnuts and put it on top of there too.
I was wrong, even though I thought I might be wrong. I cannot stand sweet potatoes, Mike said. Never could. Sweet potato pie is horrible.
Okay, I'm done talking to y'all. Like I don't get it. I don't get
Just
it.
Indiana in us, I guess.
I guess.
I don't like sweet
Ohio.
potatoes.
Look,
Well,
Eric, I'll do you this.
that's
The next
oddball, though.
time when we barbecue again, and I'll make some sweet potato casserole, and you just give it a try.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl. I may not eat more than a bite or two, but
I know.
definitely-
Like don't worry. Everybody else here will polish that shit off. So
well, that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
if you don't eat it, I will.
I won't feel bad in the slightest. Then I'll be like more for everybody else. Then, all right. Well, but in case you guys hadn't figured out, Thanksgiving obviously is next week. So we will not have a show next week for those of you who are tuning in, but we will be back on December 5th, going into the Christmas holiday. So we'll cover 2 weeks worth of news when we come back.
Oh,
But
that means
Brandon's
my
birthday.
birthday.
Oh.
Speaking
we
of
are
which,
having
we've
are
got
having a show or no?
questions for both of you about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to y'all. about
Not that
after the
well,
show.
that weekend and the following.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still having a podcast though, or do we need?
Yeah,
to
No,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no, yeah.
Okay. I just want to double check. I know sometimes you guys got some plans and stuff for all that. So.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It would be Saturday if we did anything.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good. Okay, so as I said, December 5th, we'll be returning after the Thanksgiving holiday. But for tonight, we got some other stuff to get into, so you want to get right into it?
Yep.
Let's get
Well,
it.
before we do that, Mike said my mom has made sweet potatoes about any way you can, and they all sucked. My mom is an awesome cook. So
Well, then you suck at life. Your taste buds
Yeah.
is ass.
Whatever.
Okay. Your taste buds is trash, big dog.
and aren't all moms good cooks? I mean, well, maybe not.
No.
Mine was,
And I'm not talking about mine. I had a friend's mom who was not. I don't know whether she just couldn't or
Yeah.
incapable of. You know what I mean? Like his dad though, fire.
My stepmom,
But, like
for
his
sure.
mom, negative Ghost Rider.
Negative. The pattern is full. All right,
You
guys.
know
well,
what my
let's-
mom makes really good, real quick? Liver and
Yeah.
onions.
Oh my god!
I don't know if
Oh,
any
my
mother
God.
can make that taste good. Yeah, I'm sorry. You had some sauerkraut in there. I'm just gonna might as well just toss in the towel right now.
You don't like sauerkraut? Oh wait, we've had this fucking
No.
discussion.
Cabbage,
what
sour,
is wrong with you guys?
Oh my goodness.
Sauerkraut's
Do
the
you eat
only
egg
food I ever
rolls?
tried that I spit out. Not really. I don't like the cabbage in it.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't like
I mean,
the
if it's
cabbage.
like
I just wanted to
it's like a
see if
beef
it was
egg roll,
wrapped
maybe,
and fried, if you'd like it.
No, I probably would somehow. Mike
Loki
also
wants
said
something, Brandon.
that's me. Cook a frozen pizza like no other. Is Mike's dad. So, for sure, that's the best way to do it. What's Loki one? What's up, buddy? Being a good puppy.
I know. If you let him out, he's coming down here.
The dog of mischief.
Exactly. But anyway, all right. Well, I guess we'll get into the wrestling section. Maybe Brandon can help me with that when he comes back, but I guess I'll carry the fort down on that till he returns. So here we go. All right, let's get into pro wrestling. Here we go. All righty. I can't remember if I had notes for this or not. I got a couple of them. Okay, so in the world of
I'll
pro
try to
wrestling.
keep up, Eric.
All right, yeah, you're gonna help me out with it. All right, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mostly recap a little bit, and then we'll get into the predictions here. On Monday Night Raw this week, we saw the final appearance of John Cena ever on a Monday Night Raw broadcast. So it was his official final Raw appearance ever, supposedly. Now, never say never in the world of pro wrestling. Maybe he comes back. He probably won't ever wrestle on Monday Night Raw again, but he may make an appearance here. Now, you know how it goes in the pro wrestling business for those. Sure. But he teamed up in a 6-man tag with Sheamus and Rey Mysterio against the Judgment Day, JD McDonough, Finn Balor, and of course Rey Mysterio's son Dominic Mysterio. And of course they ended up winning that fight, no doubt about it. And before that, they ended up setting up the Intercontinental Championship rematch for Dominic Mysterio challenging John Cena at Survivor Series, which we're going to get into in just a minute. But yeah, it was a good send off, I thought, for the 6-man tag here, Madison Square Garden. arenas throughout the entire world. So did you guys get a chance to see John Cena's final appearance on Monday Night Raw? And if so, what did you think about what they did with it, setting up Dominic Mysterio and his rematch in Survivor Series?
So, not live. I got to watch highlights. Again, I work nights, so I don't get to watch it like that.
Yeah.
But I did see the highlights of it. And I'll say it again because I said it before. It's sad on one hand because, like, I guess you don't know, you take things for granted when you have them. You get what I'm saying? Like John Cena, when he was there, it got you booed him, but then like he disappeared, started doing his thing in Hollywood, which is great for him. Great for him. But it was always that other end of the book where he could come back to wrestling. Like John, if nothing, is a man of his word. I do believe like we will not see him in a wrestling ring in a wrestling capacity after this last match. Like it's not going to happen. Now that's not to say, or two more. I'm sorry, but that's not to say that like he won't pop up and do cameos or some shit. You know what I mean? Like whether he's promoting Peacemaker, but we're not going to see jorts, colorful T-shirts, never give up. Well, that's not gonna.
I can see him wearing that attire if he like makes an appearance on Raw or something. But yeah, in the ring, no, I agree with you.
Yeah, okay, I give you that. Maybe he'll like wear the shirt or something. But I feel like then at that point too, if he switched gears into promoting this, that, and the third, I think it will get that side of John Cena, which is also really him, and it's great because he's just as funny.
Yeah,
but like the way they're sending him off is the way he should be sent off. Like John has done a lot for the WWE. Like literally, like he put the company on his, just like Taker did back in the Monday Night Wars. John never turned his back. So like, what better way to reward that kind of loyalty than the way he's going out? And I think it's great for the fans. Don't get me wrong. When we fantasize and fan book the heel turn for John, it sounded better on paper. I think John is just too big for that role. Like, because even when he tried to get the crowd to hate him, they did the complete opposite because it's his last go round. And they wanted, Mr. Never Give Up, Mr. Hustle, Loyalty, and Respect all the way through. And I mean, he's in the ring with like Ray and Sheamus is another guy. Like, you know what I mean? Like Sheamus is quietly one of WWE's unsung heroes. Like,
oh yeah,
works with the younger talent.
Complete workhorse.
He'll give you a banger of a fucking match. Yeah. And Ray is Ray's history is just as long as longer than John Cena's, but just
longer,
as great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
Uh,
cool, but it's also, like I said, it's like a bittersweet thing. It's like you're not gonna get this again, like with him, you know.
And I don't think he's going back to SmackDown. Now, from what I understand, he's only got 2 appearances left: Survivor Series, and of course Saturday night's main event for his final match against the winner of this tournament. So if that's the case, these moments are now literally few and far between. So if you want to see John Cena on your television screens in WWE, now is the time to do it. And I'm glad that I got the chance to see him one final time live at the Royal Rumble earlier this January. He was earlier this year. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they do with this tournament for sure. Now, when it comes to the actual last time is now. What's that?
Him wrestling Dom is great for Dom. Dom, again, when he first started, it was like, yo, this kid, but he was living his dream. Like he was doing what his dad and his uncles and a long lineage of, family are doing. And to see where he was then to where he is now, being the star he is now, and he's only getting bigger. This match with John, like, you know how much John has to respect not only what you're doing, your ability, but also, because he knows who your father is, and he knows, this is huge, especially for Dom. And it's great to fucking see, like, this is the way it should be. Like, John's using his star power to help elevate. And I'm not saying that Dom isn't a star already, because like he got it out the mud. You know what I'm saying?
But it can go even further the way they're doing it. Yeah,
and it's just this is what wrestling should be about. You know, when the old guard is going out,
I
Taker
think
did
Dom
it with
has
Roman.
a bright future.
Yeah, absolutely, he does.
I think he has a very bright future.
And we'll talk about him when we get to the Survivor Series predictions here in a second. Mike said the heel turn was something that should have happened years ago for John Cena. It was as big of a mistake as Austin's turn in 2001. I can agree with that. Just because the execution of it didn't go right. And I think a lot of that had to do with The Rock and things like that too, which I still have a little bitterness over.
It was a bunch of shit that was hinged on it that it's just it would have if you'd have cut out The Rock being there, that whole thing, and just had John turn on Cody because he couldn't beat him, I think it'd been better to, you know what I mean? It'd have been a better way to maneuver around his heel run.
And if he could have had a longer run than what he had, like maybe a year or two, but there was the time was so short, and the crowd just doesn't want to boo him in his last year. They don't. No. I mean, and that was always going to be the case, no matter what they tried to do, I think. And so I mean, just at least they gave it a shot. They wanted to do it one time. Obviously, he played the heel early on in his career as the rapper, the Thugonomics, a little bit.
But see, but that wasn't even really a heel. We had this discussion. It was like it was
he
too
turned
clever.
It
was too clever and too catchy. And you got to think about the crowd back then. Like, we were all hip hop and battle rap was a thing. Like, people listened to it, people watched it. Like, so him doing this, it was hard to boo it because it was so funny. You know what I mean? And then once he got in the ring and wrestled, you're just like, I can't boo the guy. Like, he's
and
good.
That just kind of set him in that other
kind of like how the New Day is.
Yeah.
Before we had it real big.
The New Day's got that kind of goofy kind of gimmick to him too.
Well, now they're a little more serious because they're heels, but when they were baby faces for sure.
When they were baby faces, yeah.
Well, when they first came out as heels, though, they were funny. You know, and then they got serious. You know what I mean? That the series with the Usos is what put over the legitimacy of the New Day. And the Usos, honestly, like that whole back and forth was phenomenal.
Yeah, it set both those teams to a new stratosphere, no doubt. But when it comes to the Last Time Is Now tournament, we did have some breaking news before SmackDown aired tonight. Apparently, due to a shoulder injury, Sheamus is not medically cleared to continue competing in that tournament, so he will be replaced in that turn. Now, he's been wrestling the last few weeks with some shoulder tape around his shoulder. So obviously he's been dealing with some sort of injury. Apparently he's now not cleared. And I guess his opponent was supposed to be LA Knight. I think the reports are saying even on SmackDown tonight, they were not going to name his replacement just yet. So we're going to have to wait and see who that ends up being, and probably won't see that match maybe until next week, I guess. It sucks for Sheamus. But I don't think he's necessarily going to win the tournament anyway.
He gets replaced by the Undertaker.
I think it's going to be Joe Hendry. I really do.
Yeah, it's either Joe Hendry.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Joe Hendry was going to come out this week, but didn't quite happen. Yeah. Oh man, Obafemi though. I feel like
possibly be here.
Yeah, but I feel like if it's going to be Obafemi, he would have to win the tournament, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Why not?
I mean, you could. I just don't know if that's the plan.
Because Dom still has the AAA title, which him and Vikingo have been going, and why not Oba? But Oba's in right now dealing with Ricky Saints and all those guys down in NXT right now too. So
yeah. Well, Mike said reports are the first round concluded tonight on SmackDown. Yeah, I mean this was going to be a second round matchup or a semifinal matchup. It wouldn't be the first round. So whatever happened tonight sets up the final matches for, I think it's like the final 8 I think are going in. And then we'll get the finals or whatever they bracket. That's the thing about this too. WWE has yet to officially release a bracket for this tournament. They're just like, okay, this guy's going to wrestle this winner, and it's like show us the breakdown, but they for whatever reason don't want to set one up. So maybe it's to keep it a little fluid for them. I don't know, but either way. But this week on the tournament, we got a returning Dolph Ziggler on Monday Night Raw facing Solo Sikoa. Solo Sikoa did end up winning this match, but it was good to see Dolph Ziggler back, even though he's been in TNA under Nick Nemeth, no doubt, for sure. But
looking mighty jacked in that photo.
Oh, that last one? Yeah.
Yeah, go back. Look,
Wow.
Solo looking pretty fucking swole.
Pretty thick, no doubt. I mean, let's not take anything away from old Dolph over here, but at the same time,
Dolph looks great too. But damn, like Solo, that's Samoan blood really kicking in. Jesus.
Is that Sokoa?
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the right.
Good God.
Yeah, he's Jack, bro.
That man
But,
ain't a horse.
did you guys see that video I sent you in the private chat that we had of Dolph Ziggler taking that heart attack into the turnbuckle?
Yeah.
Chest first. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone take a buckle that hard. Bret Hart came awful close a lot of the time. I mean, he took it really hard back in the day. He sold it really well. But Dolph ate this sucker from Solo. So that was a great seller, underrated seller. Dolph Ziggler is too in his entire career.
One
so
of the best IC
back.
champions.
Yeah. So we got Zack Ryder back on SmackDown, and of course Dolph Ziggler too this week. So maybe we'll see another surprise when it comes to the vacancy.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where that goes. But like I said, Dolph Ziggler loses the match and Solo Sikoa advances. I don't remember. I want to say he faces the winner between Bronson Reed and Carmelo Hayes. I could be wrong on that one, but either way, yeah, the tournament's definitely got some potential for the semifinals or the second round or whatever it may be coming up. So looking forward to see what they do with that. Probably after Survivor Series. Well, no, before Survivor Series, probably. We also got Gunther versus Javon Evans on Monday Night Raw in another tournament matchup. And I'll tell you right now, Javon Evans, he bouncy. And you know what? He actually had a good showing here against Gunther. Gunther sold for him, made him look like $1 million. But in the end of the day, Gunther prevailed over Javon Evans here. But like I said, this is a perfect example of putting over someone in a loss and elevating their career that way instead of just giving them the win. Gunther's probably going to go the distance, if not all the way to the finals, at least in this tournament, I think. But yeah, Javon Evans really impressed me in this match. Did you get a chance to see, or have you seen Javon Evans wrestle? What are your thoughts on him?
Yes, I have seen Javon Evans in NXT a couple of times. I've caught a couple of episodes in NXT. His whole beef between him, Oba, and Trick Williams, my God. And that whole bouncy gimmick is real. This kid is springy. Very light on his feet, super fast.
Yeah.
Jackson loves him, by the way. Like,
I mean, I think I might have seen him once before on SmackDown or something, but I ain't never seen him wrestle like this on the main roster yet. So this was new to me.
It's not just on the main roster.
Right.
NXT is, I don't know how to fucking phrase this. Like, NXT is insane. Like, you watched it before back in the original Black and Gold NXT, and you know how those takeovers were, you know how those weekly shows were, like those matches were crazy work. Javon Evans has been killing it down there, and in the main, title picture, his back.
I thought he was on the main roster. Is he still back and forth a little bit?
I think he's still back and forth a little bit. He was just on TNA too with oh crap, I can't remember that guy. I'm not gonna remember his name. But they had a hell of a match.
Thing. That's the thing. There's so much wrestling to keep track of. TNA and NXT. Unfortunately, he ends up getting the axe for me a lot of times to keep up with AEW as well. So yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate.
But yeah, Javon Evans
not enough time in the day.
Yeah, Javon Evans is great, and if you got to see him on the main roster go, like, the kid can move, and like he's really good, really good. But yeah, you're right. Him losing only benefits him. I mean, because Gunther is just.
Gunther don't normally sell for everybody. Well, I mean, he'll sell for if it calls for it. I'm not want to say he's like selfish or anything, because he's not. But it was just you don't always see Gunther sell because a lot of times the matches are booked to make Gunther look good. This was made for. I mean, Gunther looked good too, but it was made to make Javon Evans look good in a loss. So I really appreciate what they did for sure.
And it was phenomenal though. Like, yeah.
So good things all the way around here, in my opinion. So brighter days ahead for Javon Evans. This just was not his night, no doubt about it. Now
nobody's night against that man.
It was Maxine Dupree's night, though, with the help of AJ Lee, who provided a distraction. It cost Becky Lynch the Women's Intercontinental Championship. So Maxine Dupree, I believe, wins her. Is it her first main roster championship?
Yes.
Pretty sure. So, yeah, this is going to be setting up the women's War Games match even further as well. But, yeah, it's a way to get the title off Becky Lynch as well as furthering the feud between her and AJ Lee. So what do you think about this?
You know what? And you're rewarding a woman who has gone through the fucking ringer as far as the internet goes with wrestling. And, like, especially I don't understand. Yeah, but I don't understand shitting on somebody's fucking dream while they're trying to live it. Like, what is the fucking point? Like,
yeah, you know, everybody's a critic online, or even in the crowd for that matter. But
yeah. And yet they popped.
Yeah,
for her. Like,
yeah, well, now,
yeah,
they wouldn't have,
but
a couple years back.
If you can't acknowledge the fact that somebody is grinding and doing everything they can to live out their fucking dream, like
doing more than any of them
to do. Yeah, and she's putting in the work. She's putting in the blood, sweat, pain, and tears to do it. I'm glad she won that title, and I'm super happy for Maxine. She's been great in all the little cameos she's done, the segments with Otis and Tozawa. Like, she killed her whole thing in the Alpha. What was it called? American Alpha.
Alpha Academy.
Yeah, Alpha Academy. Like, kudos to her, and congratulations, Maxine.
Especially coming from a gimmick with, like, when LA Knight was something Dupree. He was, that whole gimmick they were going to do. That was terrible booking. That was a whole Vince McMahon thing. To come out of it, despite all of that, and of course, obviously with Chad Gable breaking up with Otis and Tozawa and her as well, to still able to get her a push here. She's probably, outside of Otis, obviously the biggest star of that little group. So yeah, kudos to her, all things considered. Hopefully they'll, use her properly and actually have a good title run for here too, no doubt about it. So hold on, I got her. Sorry, I had to cough there. Like I said, fighting a cold. But anyway, so yeah, good to see that. And like I said, a little bit later on in that night, actually, before we move on, Rhea Ripley came up to AJ Lee, by the way, and said, "Hey, you got a second? We need to talk." And so they were obviously clearly setting up, bringing in AJ Lee for the women's War Games. But as we talked about last week and predicted, we were pretty much spot on when it comes to our who's going to be joining the War Games match as well. So like I said, Survivor Series War Games from San Diego comes to us Saturday, November 29th, Saturday after Thanksgiving, about a week from this weekend. So, yeah, I thought we'd do a quick predictions on what we think is going to happen on this show. So let's start right there. The women's War Games match, they're going to add Becky Lynch at some point too, I'm sure, and AJ Lee officially. I don't know if they did that tonight on SmackDown. Probably waiting for Monday Night Raw next week. But yeah, this appears to officially be the match that we kind of talked about was probably going to be the case after all. So what are your thoughts on this? Looks like a good lineup, not going to lie to you. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these ladies do in the double steel cage.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Now here's the question. Who's going to be who's eating the pin in this one? Nia? Maybe Lash?
Well, here's the thing. I've been watching some old War Games matches a little bit. And of course, the Blood and Guts was like last week or the week before in AEW. It seemed like obviously back in the day it was more surrender or submit. There was no pinfall. I don't know if unfortunately, I've not always been able to watch WWE Survivor Series the last few years because I've been, visiting with family at Thanksgiving or whatever. So do they actually do pinfalls in WWE's War Games nowadays, or is it still surrender or submit?
I believe they do pinfalls.
Okay. Either way, somebody's got to submit or something. I mean, well, depends. Obviously, it depends on which side you want to have win here.
Do you put the heels over in this?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on. I think you kind of like AEW in their case. You put the baby faces over in one match. On the men's side, you got to do the other one. Probably, maybe not. You could do baby faces in both, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it necessarily matters in the long run for the women's, especially which side goes over. I would probably put. I'd probably put baby faces
and Becky. It would.
I mean, you could have. I mean, I'd hate to make Lash Legend eat the pinfall because she just got to the main roster, basically. But that would be maybe
the pin, or
have
AJ. Really, do you want to have AJ pin Becky?
I mean,
because that's going to be your major story coming out of here. Don't get me wrong. You're going to have stories between Rhea and Io with
Rhea and Charlotte potentially.
Yeah,
Rhea and Charlotte was a thing, which they've kind of. I mean, they're trying to get Charlotte still back in. At least Alexa Bliss is. So yeah, we'll have to get that under the fold too. But yeah, I mean, maybe a Kairi Sane could, but they're not the tag team champions, so I don't know if you want to do that either. So I don't know. That's an interesting question, but I do think the baby faces win here. I think AJ Lee probably gets the pin. I don't know who she pins, but yeah, maybe you do have her pin Becky and you set up that feud moving forward. And then, of course, Becky's been losing it online since she lost the Intercontinental title this week based on shenanigans. Like she thinks the referee screwed her over and all this stuff. So if you do that with AJ pinning her there or whatever, or having her submit or whatever too, she can even just go even further off the deep end. So that's always a possibility. So yeah, I expect that to be a thing. And maybe I don't know if they wrestle in December, or maybe you hold that till the Royal Rumble. That could always be a thing too. Not sure, but we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. Mike said in NWA and WCW with submission or surrender, and WWE can win by pinfall. Okay, so yeah, like I said, it's been a while since I've seen WWE's. I've been seeing the highlights for that the last few years, but yeah, I knew back in the day, and then I know the blood and guts for AEW is also submission or surrender. So yeah, a little bit of a switch there that WWE put their own spin on it, I guess, a little bit for sure. We also got obviously the Women's World Championship. Nikki Bella challenging Stephanie Vaquer for her Women's World title. Obviously, I think this is Stephanie Vaquer's spot here. I think she's just going to blow through Nikki Bella. You don't think there's a possibility Nikki Bella wins the title, do you?
I hope not. I really do.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I don't. But I mean, never say never.
There's no significance in it, though.
Yeah, I don't. I agree with you.
I guess it depends on the contract she signed too. So,
yeah, and she was supposed to have that big feud with Liv Morgan before Liv Morgan got hurt.
Yeah,
back at Evolution. So, could there be a potential, depending on how close Liv Morgan is to returning, Nikki Bella wins the world, and then that sets up Liv again? You could maybe go that route. I don't know, but yeah, it just feels like a little early to take it off Stephanie, though. If I'm a betting man, you know what I'm saying? So because you can do the Liv and Nikki Bella thing separately
without the title, yeah.
And then Liv and Roxanne's going to have a thing at some point before we even get back to the World Championship. So I think that's got to, and that sucks because they were setting that up, and then they got to put that whole thing on the back burner with the whole Roxanne Perez and Liv Morgan.
And I still stand by Roxanne. If Liv was closer to coming back, I still think that Roxanne would have been the champion, and then you'd have Liv Morgan come back and do that thing there. But I think she must have been further out or whatever than they anticipated. So I think that's why Stephanie got it. So I don't see them, especially giving it to Nikki. And this is no shade to Nikki, but it's just like, what's it for?
Yeah, the timing of it's not great, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You know, at the point in her career for sure. Mike said in WWE, also, if a person leaves the cage in War Games, they forfeit the match for their team. Didn't have that problem in NWA, WCW because they always had a top on the cage. Yeah, I remember that. And yeah, AEW even had a roof on their cage too. That's another thing WWE doesn't do. They don't put the roof on their cages. But yeah, so that's an interesting thing to keep an eye on there as well. So if anyone's going to run away and lose it for their team, who would that be?
Charlotte.
Charlotte, you think so? Really? Okay. I mean, maybe.
Or you could have Becky. So if you don't want AJ to pin Becky, you could have Becky do that.
I can see Charlotte doing it if she were to turn heel and screw her team. I can see that. But then that would obviously have to set up Alexa versus Charlotte or Charlotte versus Rhea. There's a lot of things you could do if she were to turn heel again too. I would kind of hate to see that though. I'm kind of liking Charlotte as a baby face for once in a long time. You know what I mean? So I hope they don't kind of do that. We also, like I said earlier, we mentioned John Cena defending his Intercontinental Championship against Dirty Dominic Mysterio in his rematch. I think, I don't know how else you'd book it, and I'd be interested to see how they pull it off. But I think Dominic Mysterio wins this title back. Obviously, otherwise Cena's going to take it into his final match. And then I guess you could put it on the line there, I suppose. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Dom wins it back. Probably with something like to Eddie and how he gets the victory.
Did you see that
lying,
the last time?
Stealing.
Did you see when they wrestled last time?
Yeah,
he tried that, and then Cena's like a big wink. That was great, absolutely outstanding. Yeah, they may play on that again for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you might.
I did that same spot before.
Oh, did you? The wink and everything.
I did that same.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. But anyway, are you back? Try it again. Go ahead. You're fine.
Yeah. I just said I did that same spot before, and it's hilarious.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. I think Dominic will get the title back too. But it would be interesting if they decide to hold that Intercontinental title all the way to maybe the winner of the tournament, or then maybe I don't know if Gunther would take it. I don't know if I want to see Gunther with the Intercontinental title again, though. If it ends up being him, I don't necessarily think that's necessary for Gunther. Or maybe John Cena could vacate it at the end of his run too. That's always a possibility. But I just think it makes most sense for Dominic Mysterio to get his title back in his home field advantage here. San Diego too is where he grew up. Of course, Cena won it in Boston, where he basically grew up, not too far from there in West Newbury, Massachusetts. But so yeah, I mean, I think that Dominic having the home field advantage here could play into the story, no doubt about it. So I'm going Dom in this one, and like I said, I'm just interested to see how they book it, since it's going to, obviously set Cena up for his final match and all that sort of stuff. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. And the men's War Games match obviously is probably the main event of the show. It has definitely been confirmed now on Monday Night Raw. Roman Reigns come out to kind of save the baby faces, and from Brock Lesnar actually, who showed up and started to demolish people left and right. So yeah, it's now official. Jimmy and Jey Uso with CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Cody Rhodes versus Drew McIntyre, Bronson Reed, Braun Breaker, Logan Paul, and now Braun Breaker, the expanded version of the Vision outside of maybe Drew McIntyre here. So yeah, big time, big boy match here. You know what? I would not be upset if the heels won this at all. I think the Young Bucks especially could use the help and the push a little more with that win. And I mean, you can set this up a lot of ways moving into WrestleMania season too. I mean, I don't think you want to necessarily tease Cody and Roman again, or even Roman and Brock. You don't necessarily do all that, but there's potential there to build some feuds heading into the big WrestleMania season, I think, with this one. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. You're right. I wouldn't be mad if the heels did win this one.
I mean, I would rather see Braun Breaker or Bronson Reed or Logan Paul get the win. That's the way I would book it. One of the three young studs, you know what I mean? But that's just me. I mean, if you had to do the babyface, you have the babyfaces pin Brock. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, CM Punk and Roman Reigns have also had a feud. By the way, if you remember last year, CM Punk was about ready to enter the match, and Roman stuck his hand out and blocked Punk from going in. And a lot of people are speculating that maybe CM Punk returns that favor this year and blocks Roman from going in to kind of,
probably
play off of that a bit. And maybe, I mean, Roman and Punk for the world title could be interesting down the line. I don't know if that's something they got maybe in their mind or what, but yeah. All sorts of stuff here they can maybe do. I don't know.
Here's the real question: who's starting this match? Who do you think's the first one in?
Jay and Logan. That's what I do. I mean, obviously you build to the big dogs. I think you do the other way around.
I would put
Roman and Brock.
Drew,
Roman and Brock.
I would. Yeah, maybe. No, I would do Cody and Brock.
That would be good too.
Just
as long as Cody don't get destroyed the first 5 minutes.
The heels will have the advantage. Yeah, but that's the point. Cody would get destroyed in the first few minutes because it would go heel. So I would go Brock, Drew, Logan, Reed, then Breaker. I would go Cody, Jimmy, Jay. Should be Roman. CM Punk stops him. Punk, then Roman. That's how I would do the intro.
It's also worth noting too that I think they said on Monday Night Raw this upcoming Monday. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say it's interesting to know too on Monday Night Raw this upcoming Monday as well. They're supposed to have a match to determine the man advantage who will be at Usually that favors the heel team because it builds more drama and suspense for the match. But I mean, you could do the babyface team as well. But I would think the heel team in this one would get the advantage. It's just the way I would book it. But yeah. So I mean, and Mike also said in the chat, waste of money or Brock Lesnar will be last in, so he will have to use as little energy as possible. I mean, possible. I mean, you can say the same thing for like Roman. And Roman, by the way, on Monday Night Raw, he had like an elbow sleeve, and he looked like he was in some pain. So if Roman's actually banged up in the elbow area, they may hold him off to last two to kind of just save him from getting hurt. And like I said, plays into CM Punk maybe kind of blocking Roman again too. So yeah, I mean maybe they hold him off toward the end too. I don't know. That's just a thought I have. So go on.
Yeah, I forgot because I don't think Breaker goes in. Well, you could put Breaker in there first, but I think it'll either be Drew or Lesnar first.
I mean, you might be right.
Because they're going to maximize the most
bang for their buck. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, with who knows? Maybe they'll make Brock actually earn his paycheck this time. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Yeah, no, I have no idea where Matt went. Matt's he did have to go crap out his KFC already. The little dingleberry has been gone a long time. I said, yeah. It was funny when we first got on before we went on live. He's like, "I'll be back in 2 hours." So I don't know what he's doing. To be quite honest with you, I'm tempted to just drop him out until he comes back. Let's just do that because he's just a distraction. We got an empty chair there. But anywho, so anyway, but that now so that's Survivor Series. That's our take on that one. And we've also got this weekend. We've got AEW Full Gear. This is the pre-show, kind of a Saturday tailgate brawl. They got 4 matches on the show, including a $200,000 tailgate 4-way brawl between 4 of the better tag teams on Collision, no doubt about that. But then, of course, we got the main card here, which is 9 matches total. Obviously, headlined by the World Heavyweight Championship match with Hangman Adam Page versus Samoa Joe in a steel cage. We also got Pac versus Darby Allin. I think that's an underrated match. I think that could be pretty entertaining, especially when it comes to the Jon Moxley stuff, which I'll get into in just a second. That's the AEW Women's World Champion Chris Statlander versus Mercedes Moné. Please don't let Mercedes win another world title here. That's enough. We don't need, and don't do Chris Statlander like that, please. We got the TNT Championship, no disqualification match, Kyle Fletcher versus Mark Briscoe. If Mark Briscoe loses, he has to join the Don Callis family. So I think Mark Briscoe wins the TNT Championship here. I think they finally put the title on Mark Briscoe in this one. We got the AEW World Tag Team Championships, Bro Dito versus FTR. We got Jon Moxley in a no-holds-bars match against Kyle O'Reilly, who tapped out Jon Moxley in the Blood and Guts match, mind you. We also got the 4-way tag team matchup between the eight women here. Sorry, my math was off. Tony and Mina Shirakawa, the Babes of Wrath, Harley Cameron, and Willow Nightingale, the Sisters of Sin, as well as Marina Shafir and Megan Bain. This is the final 4 in the women's tag team tournament, and all 4 of these teams are facing each other in a 4-way, and the winner gets to determine their stipulation for their semifinal match in the tournament moving forward. So that's a little bit of a cool stipulation. We got a $1 million match between Kenny Omega and the Jungle Express versus Josh Alexander and the Young Bucks. I actually think the Young Bucks are turning babyface here, and they're going to join Kenny Omega and the Jungle Express by the time this is over, and maybe setting up a longer feud with the Don Callis family as well. We also got the Casino Gauntlet match to determine the first ever AEW National Champion. Numbers 1 and number 2 are Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin. So those 2 guys are either going to have a little time where they face each other, or poor number 3 is going to get absolutely destroyed by the Hurt Syndicate. One of the 2. But at some point, these 2 are probably going to have to turn on each other just so because both guys can't have the belt, right? So we'll see where this goes. But I think Ricochet wins that Casino Battle Royal, or Gauntlet match, I should say. But coming back to the Jon Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly thing, I think Jon Moxley loses again to Kyle O'Reilly here, and Pac defeats Darby Allin, and maybe Darby Allin's match is first, and then when Jon Moxley loses, I think, as Brandon mentioned last week or the week before, Pac may actually turn, and the Death Riders may turn on Jon Moxley here, and Pac becomes the new leader. I think that's a very good way to go about this. You guys any other thoughts on that? And of course, what are your thoughts on all these matches?
I think the whole Jon Moxley, you're probably right about that. I mean, you got to do something with him. Mm-hmm. Everything else looks good. I mean, you're right. The Darby and Pac match is going to be crazy work. Yeah. I think Bandito or Brodito loses.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
I just feel like there's too much momentum for them right now.
FTR.
I got a theory. Yeah. It just popped in my head. Brodito retains. Edge and Christian return. FTR, because FTR pile drive Beth Phoenix.
Oh, so yeah.
I think that's what happened. I didn't think of it until just now, but I think that's what happens. Because Brodito's just got too much momentum right now.
But wouldn't... Yeah, but if FTR wins and then, Edge and Christian show up, that sets up, and then,
I can see it going either way. Yeah.
The 4-way, the 4-way. Who's going to be in the finals of that?
I see. That's the thing. The more I thought about it, I mean, obviously we all thought Mercedes Moné and Athena might be the odds-on favorite. With them eliminated, it's really a tough decision right now for me. Obviously Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa were probably one of the bigger favorites because they obviously love Toni Storm. But the Babes of Wrath with Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron are also very popular. But Sisters of Sin's a good choice. And Megan Bain, they're booking her like the way they wanted to book Jade Cargill, and probably even better than the way they booked Jade Cargill in a lot of ways. And Marina Shafir is obviously, with the Death Riders and all that stuff. So obviously Shafir was a replacement for Penelope Ford in this tournament. But I don't know. I'd be perfectly happy with any one of these 4 teams winning the women's tag titles for their inaugural belts. So, yeah, I mean, I like it. And I like the stipulation they added to where the winner gets to pick the next match stipulation. So that's cool.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So the winner picks the stipulation for the next match, right? Is that going to involve all 4 teams again?
No, their respective match. Because the brackets are set up like this, so it'd be their respective match. So the other one would just be a normal tag match.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little delay, folks, in case you didn't notice. But anyway.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, you're fine.
Oh, Jesus.
You're fine. It's just
let's just say Toni Storm wins, right? They win this match. So they pick the stipulation for the next match, right? Is it all 4 teams again, and then that winner gets the title? Or is it they still have like another tournament or another match in between to come down to the final 2?
Well, no, there's 2. It's a final 4 right now. So let's say Toni Storm and Mina Shirakawa win. Whoever they face in the next round, they choose the stipulation for that match. The other 2 teams have nothing involved in it. So you see what I'm saying? And they just continue to move toward the finals.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
okay.
But yeah, it just depends. Yeah, it's only going to benefit one team, and then it'll affect one match, and that's it. But yeah. So, but either way, like I said, whoever wins the tournament as a whole, I think it's going to be a good thing. Like I said, the only thing I'm worried about is Mercedes Moné getting another belt. Other than that, I really, a lot of these could go either way for me. I think it'll be fine. I think Mark Briscoe, like I said, finally gets crowned here. Fletcher will probably move in more for the world title, I think.
Yeah.
Become more of a main event star, I think. And of course, he already had the match against Hangman already and got beat by Hangman. They may, I don't know how soon they'll have him challenge or anything, but yeah, I feel like Hangman retains again too against Samoa Joe. We'll see how that plays out too with the ops and all that stuff, and a steel cage match too. Yeah, I think Hangman retains there. Do you got any thoughts on the main event match?
No, I think you're right. I think Hangman retains, but at the same time, why not let Joe win? Like,
I'd be down for it.
I don't know, throw a wrench in this whole plan, and kind of give Hangman a reset in a sense, because like the way I pictured Hangman being in this run was like Stone Cold was when he was champion. You know what I'm saying? Like he came out, grabbed the mic at the beginning of the match because he was pissed off at somebody, said he wasn't leaving until he got what he wanted. You know what I mean? Like cowboy shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think if Joe wins, you give Hangman that reset time to get back to that, and then have him win the title off of Joe again.
Well, I know they were already pretty much, teasing the old cowboy. Like he was talking about the last time he was in a cage, what he did then, referencing, I think it was his match against Swerve Strickland and how brutal he got. And it definitely kind of made Samoa Joe kind of almost a little bit fearful of this upcoming match because he didn't want the steel cage stipulation to start with. So yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty brutal matchup. Obviously, both guys can definitely go that distance. So we'll have to see how it ends up going. But yeah, I think in the end of the day, it's going to be Adam Hangman Page. It'll be interesting to see who they end up getting to face him next. Like I said, Kyle Fletcher already lost to him once. I don't know if you want to have him lose to him again. So I'll be interested to see what they do with the main event scene after this match is over. And like you said, if they give it to Joe, I'm perfectly fine with that too. So we'll have to wait to see how it ends up going. Mike said, will AEW soon introduce the North Pole and South Pole championships, titles that will only be defended in pole matches? Oh, I don't know about that, but I see what you're saying. You like ribbing on how many belts and stuff like that. But pole match, I mean, when's the last time you saw a pole match? I don't even know if the last time I've seen one, to be honest with you. Can you think of one?
You say a pole match?
I think the last iteration of a pole
Kind of. I mean, like they put a weapon or something on a pole. They got to go get it. They can use the weapon or win the belt off of it. Yeah, you don't see them very often. They're kind of boring, really.
I think legitimately the last one I've seen was Judy Bagwell on a forklift match.
Judy Bagwell.
WCW.
Man, that's a hot minute. Was she big or what? Like, I don't remember.
No,
Maybe
it was Buff Bagwell. Who was he fucking wrestling? It was Buff and was it Scott Steiner? And they set up this match where like Buff's mom was on a forklift, and they had to get he had to get her to. It was the dumbest shit I've ever seen, but
it was WCW.
It's a real thing. Google, Google it, dude. It happened.
Hold on, let me see if I can. What'd you say, Buff Bagwell? Who? Bagwell. Oh,
I can't remember. Just put in Judy Bagwell.
By the way, prayers for Buff Bagwell. By the way, because he had to have his leg amputated, that which sucked because it was real bad. On a pole, mom on a pole. There we go. Mike said Chris Canyon. I think he spelled Canyon wrong, but
that's who it was, Chris Canyon.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Wow. Oh man, the pictures. Well, I don't know if I can pull up a good one or not, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Needless to say, okay. I don't know if I can. Can I pull that up? Yeah, I'll see if I can pull that up here real quick. Yeah. Okay. It's about the best I got here, but yeah. Judy Bagwell. Interesting. Is that his real mother, by the way, or no?
Yes, that was his mom.
Real mother. Okay. I didn't know if it was like an actress, like, they've done actor, like who was it? Shelton's mama on WWE.
I could promise you this. My mom hated the fact that I was wrestling. There was no way in hell she was gonna let me involve her in a match, let alone put her on a forklift and hoist her up.
Okay, listen. I'm going to clip this and I'm going to save it. Because just if it happens, one of my children end up wrestling anywhere in the fucking country, we are going to talk about how that was not a good idea.
Just show them the old tapes. They'll be like, yeah, you're right. It wasn't a good idea.
It's not.
Makes me wonder if it was a Vince Russo idea.
Yeah, I think that was legitimately probably that was the last time I seen a on a pole match was that one.
I think
you're right. They're boring. They're like ladder matches without a ladder, just a pole. It's the same. I hate the same. Like I don't like that match just as much as I don't like the Four Corners match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those
you got to drag the opponent around and tap.
I thought Eddie Guerrero and JBL did a good Texas Bull Rope match or whatever, where you had to touch all four corners. But outside of them two, I've never been a big fan of it either. The way they sold it was really well done. But yeah, so all right. Well, I guess that'll do it for the world of pro wrestling this week, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, 2 big pay-per-views, one this weekend, one next weekend. So if you guys are interested in pro wrestling, that'll out there waiting for you guys to go check out. So definitely support them. All right, well, let's get into the world of movies here. We got a couple things to talk about. I was hoping to have Matt back for some of this, but anyway, maybe he'll come back one of these days. I'm going to text him here in a second. Let's see what happens. All right, here we go, guys. All right, I just texted him. We'll see if he actually shows up again. But anywho, all right. Well, we had a movie trailer this week I wanted to talk about. It's a little teaser coming up for a live-action adaptation of one of Disney's most beloved, actually, animated films. And that's, of course, the live-action adaptation for Moana was going to be hitting theaters on July 10th, 2026. So I thought we'd take a look at this teaser real quick and let you guys know what we think about it. So let's check it out. Here we go.
I am a girl who loves my island, and the girl who loves the sea. It calls me.
All right.
If the wind in my sail from the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know how far I'll go. I am Moana.
I'll say they at least got a. Hey, I tell you, they got the chicken down pat. No doubt about that. But yeah,
the chicken was hilarious.
Oh, there's a little spot there I missed there. Here we go. Awesome. But anyway, so yeah, hey, definitely got him down pat, no doubt about it. So looking forward to seeing more of him. But yeah, whoever they got to play Moana, that's her voice. They got a lady who can bolt her voice out there for sure, because she's singing it like crazy in that trailer there, no doubt. But yeah, this is obviously, like I said, one of Disney's most beloved animated films here for sure. And this particular trailer here, in the first 24 hours, it scored 182 million views across social media, becoming Disney's second most viewed live action trailer launch of all time, behind the live action trailer for The Lion King. So yeah, this is probably going to be a blockbuster hit for Disney. And of course, we got a glimpse of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson returning as well for his character Maui as well. So he's going to be in this film playing the character he played in the animated film. So yeah, that'll be really cool to see. And of course, yeah, I mean, there's some behind the scenes looks of him going around right now, but I kind of want to wait and show what he looks like as the character in live action when they actually release that image. But right now it's just a small little tease of him in the trailer. There's a little bit of shot right there of him at the bottom there on the ship with Moana. But yeah, other than that, we don't see a whole lot of Rock just yet. But yeah, this is going to be big. And of course, that first movie, The Rock had a lot of good musical numbers as well, for sure. So this looks like it's been adapted very, very well. Some of their live action adaptations haven't always gone the greatest, but this one looks like it's going to be completely on point. So did you guys ever get a chance to check out Moana or Moana 2, which is actually pretty decent, I thought, as well? And if so, what do you guys think of it? Are you guys looking forward to this at all? And what do you think about how it looks?
That looks pretty good, but I've never seen the other one, I don't think. Have I, Brandon?
We've watched the first one. I have not seen the second one.
Oh.
I love the first one. The chicken, hilarious in the first one. Like
a little pig too.
The funniest fucking part for me. And yeah, and The Rock can actually sing, which is weird. Yeah. But like, so is this is a 1-to-1 just live action recreation, right?
Probably. I mean, in their live action recreations, sometimes they
probably
change
some
a
new
thing
songs.
or two. Maybe a song or two added in there. But yeah, the main songs from their first film will definitely, and I'd say it'll have most of the main points, if not exactly the same as the original animated movie. So yeah, if they're smart, they probably ought to leave it that way. Most people prefer it. So yeah, but yeah, and like I said, I just saw the second one with my niece, nephew, and my sister. Was about a year or so ago now when it came out, and actually I didn't think it was too awful bad. I went and seen it in the theater. I had a pretty good time with it. It's been a while since I've seen the original, but I'm kind of that way with like the Lilo and Stitch remake they did, or How to Train Your Dragon that was done by DreamWorks and stuff too. So it's been a minute, but hey, we got Matt back too. But anyway, good to see you, Matt. Now you're muted again, but anyway, but yeah, so I think this looks good. Do you have any thoughts on Moana, the live action remake?
Yeah.
Matt? No?
Yeah, it looks good.
Gotcha. Hard hitting analysis there.
Matt,
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Where you been, buddy?
Really,
I had to go deal with something.
You're fine. No worries. Okay. But yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. But no, yeah, I do want to see this. I know Anaya liked the animated version. Like I said, we never watched 2. Maybe that's one of the things we may do for our Christmas thing that we're doing this year. We movie night, we'll watch Moana 2. I enjoyed the first one. So I don't see, but this looks good too. And she can't sing though. Whoever that is can fucking sing.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember who the actor, what the actress's name is. But yeah, you do that for Christmas. Now, we used to do that as a tradition for New Year's. We used to watch movies all the way up to midnight, and we'd finish the movie and go to bed after midnight, that sort of thing. So that was kind of what we used to do as a tradition. So for sure, good tradition to do. I always like
like me and the boy. me and the boys would do it. Christmas Eve, we watched this whole series over 3 years actually on Netflix. It was called like The Troll Hunter or something. Christmas Eve, me, Jackson, and Jaden would go in the bedroom and we would set up a tent and all that other stuff, and they would camp out in the room and we'd watch this movie.
Right on,
So
right on.
yeah,
While I wrapped fucking presents.
we're gonna do a movie night. Yeah, while Miranda wrap presents.
You don't make Miranda do all the work, do you? For real.
No,
I guess
grandma helped.
entertain again. I was gonna say, I guess somebody has to entertain the
No.
kids. Well,
No. Yeah, I had to distract the kids. You know
Now-
how hard it was to keep because they knew something was going on. You know what I mean?
what was it? Yeah. Especially at that age. Ooh, for good luck.
Now,
You might
Now
have the
they
worst
know,
job,
and
actually.
it's like, get out of here, Brandon. Come on.
Exactly. Don't make us lock you in the bedroom. I got you.
yeah.
Mike said in the chat, I've not seen Moana 2 yet, but the kids have. Not sure they'll be into the live action. They normally aren't. Yeah, I mean, a lot of kids are not into live action stuff as much. Although my niece really enjoyed the Lilo and Stitch stuff. She's a big Stitch fan, for sure. But yeah, I mean, she's getting a little older for sure. Your kids are still a little young still. But yeah, I mean, the older they get, they start to, and maybe they'll go back and watch this when they're older and remember the stuff that they watched with the cartoons when they were younger. So, I mean, this will be with sitting there waiting for them and all the other live action stuff that they've done as well, which have been hit and miss in a lot of places, I think, in regards to the live action stuff. But for the most part, I think they've done a pretty decent job of adapting these, cartoon classics, no doubt. So yeah. All right. I guess with that being said, we'll move into the rapid fire section here in just a second. But before we do, Mike said something about wrestling there to tie it all up. He said TNA and Impact did a match similar to the Money in the Bank, where each corner had a pole with a briefcase. 3 had contracts for title matches. The 4th said you were fired. Match ended once all were captured. Huh. Interesting. I don't remember if I've ever seen that one.
Oh yeah, it was called their Feast or Famine matches. It was just that. It was like 3 had contracts and one you were fired. Yeah, I remember those matches. That's how Eric Young ended up leaving the first time when he was leaving when his contract was up. He lost a Feast or Famine match, and then that was he obviously went to NXT after that. But yeah.
That makes a lot of sense then. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You'd have to schedule that match around a guy's contract actually ending or whatever, and then you got to hope that the internet and the crowd doesn't know who it is. But yeah,
the second time he did this whole thing with "Don't fire Eric," and it was the funniest shit ever. But it was good. It was good. It's a unique way to do it, though.
And I bet you're not allowed to open up the briefcases until everybody has. I don't know, something like that. But yeah. So I can see that.
Yeah, you can't open them until everybody gets them, and then you can do it.
Nice. I got you. All right. Well, let's move into the rapid fire segment here. We'll keep the show moving right along, and we'll talk about a little bit more movie news items. Here we go.
Eric.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Before you move on to rapid fire, I got a question. I got a thing I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
Brandon, have you seen the new Fantastic Four?
No.
Currently on Disney Plus.
Okay. Eric, have you seen it?
All right.
Well, yeah, multiple times. Yeah.
Okay. I want to apologize to Marvel.
Go ahead.
Because I have been poo-poo on everything on this show about Marvel. And I was not poo-poo on that one. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Without ruining it, what did you think of post-credit scene?
Holy shit.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
I mean, I just don't want to ruin it for Brandon.
I'll watch it.
Sure. I don't know if Miranda cares, but
I'll
Brandon probably would like that.
I'll throw it on tonight.
It's a good one. I thought it was one of their. It's definitely, no doubt, in my opinion, the best Fantastic Four adaptation that they have.
For sure.
For sure. I even though I still didn't hate the Chris Evans 2 movies they did. Second one wasn't great, but the first one was okay.
Eric, every day at lunch, I have repeated the word "sure," and Eric has caught on that I have. That's all I say.
Matt has 2 ticks right now. He'll say, if we're having a conversation, he'll be like, sure. Sure. Or
Sure.
then he'll start everything he wants to say. Let me just say this, and then
Yeah, let me
he'll
say
go in.
this.
Yeah, let me just say something here.
Let me say this.
So every time he says it now, I'm like,
Let me
sure,
say this.
sure, yeah. So yeah, for years doing that, we're just giving him a hard time. But anywho, so all right, well, yeah, go ahead.
While we're on movies, so is
Mm-hmm.
this movie worth watching then? So it's a
Fantastic
good
Four. I think so.
What do you? Yeah. So
Okay.
do you think the Fantastic Four?
Let me describe.
Did it bring hope
Galactus.
to those fans who are starting to lose hope?
It did me.
Let me describe Galactus.
They do him right.
Giant asshole that kills planets.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the general gist. But no, he's not a cloud. He's actually
Not really
a full
an asshole, it's just
automaton.
how he survived.
No,
You know.
he's an asshole.
Well, he can be, yeah, for
He,
sure.
He just is an asshole.
But he's not like
he's like Star-Lord's dad. He's an asshole.
well, yeah, kind of, but
You remember?
He's like ego.
You remember how the
don't listen to
adaptation
him.
of Star Wars dad? That is exactly how I view Galactus now.
All right.
They're in the same conversation.
So I go. So my question, I guess, is: did it restore you in the capability of like still running with superhero movies? Then,
Yes.
with especially when it comes to Marvel.
Did me.
These last couple of Marvel movies.
Well, it's definitely the best of the last few they've done.
Did me.
Now I'm not going to sit here and say it revived the franchise, but
It helped.
It puts it on a solid trajectory. Completely sets up Avengers Doomsday, and Spider-Man and Doomsday, and then Secret Wars knock it out of the park. We're back on track. You know what I'm saying? So it sets it up in the right direction. It was better than Thunderbolts, in my opinion. Even though a lot of people liked it, it was better.
Yes.
It was definitely better than Captain America: Brave New World this year.
Yeah,
It was the best Marvel movie of the year, no doubt about it.
Okay.
I didn't hate Brave New World.
I didn't hate any of them, but Brave New World was definitely a step back compared to Captain America movies for sure. But
would you say then, or would you say that piggybacking off of Deadpool and Wolverine, this Fantastic Four movie benefited in the genre of superhero movies?
Yeah, it was definitely a plus.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to,
okay. I just don't know. I don't know if I put it on the same level as Deadpool and Wolverine. That's like an outlier, outstanding movie in my opinion. It's very good to great in my opinion.
Let me put it this way: watching that movie made me realize how little they actually know.
Well, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it definitely puts the characters in the Marvel universe on where they stand in the overall greater universe.
They do not have any fucking clue what they're dealing with.
So
yeah, well, and the characters they set up will heavily play into what they're doing for.
So is it one of those? Is it the situation of like where you as a fan realize that like this Marvel universe is way bigger than you realize, and like there's so many other stories still to be told that you can tell?
I think
done right. I mean, especially with like it's the same way I feel about like with Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man is like Marvel's version of DC's Batman. You constantly hear his story being told over and over and over again. But then from there, you branch off into Superman. But with Marvel, it's you just can't branch off to Superman. You have to branch off to Iron Man, and then there's Thor, and then there's Cap, and then now there's the Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four comes a lot of other things like Daredevil, again Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? Like there's still a lot of characters wrapped up in these ones. If done right, it could be even more successful.
Yeah, and you got to remember the end goal here. Well, it's kind of they're leading to a starting point, not even an end point. With Secret Wars coming up, they're taking all the stuff from X-Men, Fantastic Four in this universe, the Avengers over here, the Thunderbolts or whatever, and they're going to bring them all together. And for the first time ever, Marvel's going to have something they've never had before: all of their characters in one story. They've been in separate universes. Spider-Man over here. This one, they're going to bring them all together, and it's going to be the Marvel Cinematic Universe together for the first time after Secret Wars. That's the plan.
And let me put it this way, I am very intrigued because Marvel did all these little sitcom things where they did like these mini spin-off series, and they kind of touched on villains from Earth. They make you forget that the cosmic aspect of it is still in play.
Oh, they've not even touched the cosmic aspect yet.
I know, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or the
Galactus isn't
tip of the iceberg,
or the supernatural, which they're planning on expanding
isn't
as well.
even Galactus isn't even the worst of the cosmic beings, like not even close.
Now, without even going into a large tangent, which because we're going to move on, but the thing about everybody like say, oh well, Marvel's, they should have ended it after Endgame. They got no more stories to tell. You don't know your comic books do well, do you? They've just barely scratched the surface the last 20 years.
And I loved it. I loved the family
DC
aspect
too.
of it. The family aspect of it. I thought it was a well done movie.
Yeah.
To make it my statement brief.
Yeah.
I was very excited to see a Fantastic Four movie that was not shit or Fox.
Mm-hmm. No, but yeah, it was well done, I thought, and it doesn't spend too much time on an origin and all that sort of stuff. So it was good to kind of
move on rapid fire. Let's go.
Exactly. So all right, but we'll get to Mike's hypothetical in just a minute here because let's do it real quick. My hypothetical crossover movie question: who's win an all-out battle? The unlucky at surviving unnamed red shirts from Star Trek. Ooh, they always lose. Or the poor shooting stormtroopers from Star Wars. Stormtroopers versus red shirts.
Poor stormtroopers can't shoot worth a shit.
But that's the thing. Even if they couldn't hit the red shirts would still die from something. So I'm going to go Star Trek would lose.
Yeah,
that's just me. But
yeah.
Stormtroopers probably die right afterwards, though, no doubt about it. All right. Well, when it comes to the rapid fire stuff, we got some good news and some bad news when it comes to the world of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles over at Paramount. Apparently, the studio wants to Sonicify the franchise. You know how Sonic has become a big blockbuster success over there at Paramount. They want to have the same success with Ninja Turtles. So they've decided to make an all-new live-action Ninja Turtles movie, and they're going to be putting it in the works over there at Paramount. Now, that's a good thing, I think, especially if done correctly. However, the downside of that is that also means now that the Last Ronin adaptation is no longer in development. They've decided to cancel it or at least put it on hold for the time being, which I think sucks because the R-rated Last Ronin could have been a very good movie or a franchise. However, there's a possibility that after this new live-action Ninja Turtles adaptation they're going to do, maybe they again lead back into the Last Ronin. That could still happen. But from all reports are they want to at least make it more kid-friendly and maybe not be quite so R-rated like this Last Ronin would have been. So we may or may not get to see this after all.
Fuck that. Like, why not? Why not do, like, first of all, The Last Ronin is a very tragic and fucked up story.
Yeah, I get it, but that's partially why they're skittish on it. But I'd like to see it.
I hate that.
I know. I want to see it too.
Did they kill The Last Ronin?
Yeah.
Finally?
Yeah.
Good.
In favor of a live action reboot of the Ninja Turtles. Now, as long as they're not,
Michael Bay.
6 foot tall and bulletproof,
Yes.
I'll be happier with it. I mean, I want to see more something like what we got when we were children, the 1990s movie. That's what I would prefer to see, something similar or akin to that. But what I think they're going to do, considering they said they wanted it to be Sonicified, I wonder if it's going to be where they're animated like Sonic is in the movies and they're in a live action world. Now, that could still be good depending on what they do, but I almost prefer to see these. I don't know. I mean, Sonic works. They took a little tweaking and some fan outrage, but they got Sonic to work. So you might be able to get that to work with the Ninja Turtles too. But this is kind of where, I mean, I grew up on this, so I'm going to prefer this. But do you guys have any thoughts on would you prefer to see a costume or an animated Turtles in a live action world?
I will say this. The costumes then were ahead of their time.
Yeah.
With the animatronics in the face and all that. Now it should look amazing now. But I want them to look like this and not like the other ones.
Not like this. This was bad.
And this isn't even
Bad.
for nostalgic reasons. These turtles look fucking weird. Outside of Raphael's facial features, like his structure,
that was okay.
He's the only
But they
one
don't
that
need to
looks
be
fine.
They don't need. Yeah, they don't
The
need to be
other
Hulk.
ones. No.
Right? Yeah. I mean, if
like-
anything, they were
painted
shorter.
turtles. Like they don't need to be huge.
They're 6'5", bulletproof,
Yeah,
and they were short.
You can
in
make
these
them
movies.
like. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see another Ninja Turtles like this, though.
Yeah. I got a feeling, like I said, it's going to be animated with a live action world, which I said, again, could still work, but and especially if it's done correct. But I want them to look like that top left corner box right there. That's what I want them to look like, and let them be kids. And by the way, if you're going to do this too, The Secret of the Ooze, they tried to make it too kiddified, and they weren't even allowed to use their weapons in the movie. You don't believe me? Go back and watch that movie. They never once used their weapons, not to hit an opponent.
Yeah.
That allow them to do that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I understand you're trying to sell toys and you don't want to promote violence, but at the same time, they're Ninja Turtles. Let them be ninjas. You know what I'm saying? But that's just my.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
But anyway, so yeah, we also
which
got
is wild because Shredder was out here doing diabolical shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm interested in this.
Now, there was a trailer for this that came out this week. I didn't know if anybody here would actually care, but I thought I'd at least pull up the poster. If you want to check out the new poster, it's right here, and the new trailer for the Hunger Games: Sunrise on the Reaping, the Hunger Games prequel that comes out next November in 2026. It is now currently online. You can go check it out as well. So, Matt, you got interest in the Hunger Games? I like the originals with Jennifer Lawrence, but I never saw any of the prequels. So.
By the way, I just want to point out that I'm a huge fan of Marvel in that movie. He's the one that has the javelin. And the way that he just heartlessly kills an 8-year-old girl is wild.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen it. I don't remember a character named Marvel, but maybe you're right.
All he does is he takes the javelin and he throws the javelin and stabs the 8-year-old girl in the heart. And it's like, that is wild.
Well, it is like a dystopian future, but so
yeah, I think it's unique. It's good.
Well, this goes back and tells kind of what leads up to those films and stuff. So
nobody gives a shit about President Snow's story. So stop.
Well, this is going to be based. I believe I could be. Don't hate me, Hunger Games fans, if I'm wrong on this, but I think this one tells one of the Hunger Games of Woody Harrelson's character. I think maybe when he wins the Hunger Games.
Really?
I think. I could be wrong on that, but
I might actually go see it. Does he act like Woody Harrelson at all?
Well, that I don't know, but
Okay.
So again, if I'm wrong on that, I apologize. Like I said, it's been a hot minute since I really invested in the Hunger Games lore, but yeah. So and I never really fully invested, but anywho, we also got Joseph Kosinski, who directed Top Gun Maverick. He's now confirmed that he is also in talks to make a sequel to F1, which was the Formula One racing movie that came out earlier.
I don't care much for that.
So. Did you ever see it though? I heard it was good.
I just don't care about it.
Well, then don't knock it. You never seen it, but anyway. But hopefully he'll get Top Gun Maverick 2 or Top Gun 3 as well. I want to see that as well.
Okay.
So looks like we're getting a sequel to that. We also look like, according to James Cameron and Robert Rodriguez, they have both said they've sworn a blood oath to make Alita Battle Angel 2. So it appears that they're trying to figure out a way to make a sequel happen. So we could be seeing more of this. I never really watched this, but I heard it was.
I didn't like Alita Battle Angel 1. So
No?
why are we making Alita Battle Angel number 2?
Well, it didn't make a ton of money, but I think it was pretty much loved by most people who did see it. But I don't know. Didn't know if you guys had any thoughts on it, but
it's like making a Megan sequel. Nobody gives a shit about a killer doll.
no, I mean, maybe you don't. Somebody might.
Who is somebody?
Remember when Matt said he was poo-poo and everything? Here he goes.
You know what? No, I'm not poo-pooing everything.
Yeah.
These things actually are poo-poo.
Well, maybe somebody likes it. I don't know. But anyway, we'll see what happens there. Now, if you poo-poo this, I'm going to smack you. We got our first.
I don't poo-poo this.
We got our first official look at the Legend of Zelda live-action film coming to theaters in 2027. Got our first look at Link and Zelda on screen.
Looks freaking awesome.
Now, originally when this was announced, I was like, why couldn't you make it animated like the Mario Brothers movie? And that way you can do some crossover stuff down the line. But this looks pretty darn good. I'm not going to lie to you. video game fans, what do you think of this? Especially, I think it's got the look, no doubt.
I like it.
Yeah.
Looks like a movie.
What do I pay you for?
It looks good. It looks good. Is it going to be like a? Is it going to be like a Lord of the Rings type deal though?
It's starting to look that way. I mean, just based on the scenery alone. Obviously Hyrule and all, you know, but you know, it makes sense to do it that way. But yeah, I mean, they got the look here for both these characters, and step one's complete. Now you just got to make a story and make the film intriguing and all that. So, but yeah, if they hit on this will make $1 billion. I have no doubt in my mind, just on based on the property alone. But yeah, I'm still kind of like, well, you could maybe make this animated, but who knows? Maybe this will work out 100%.
I'm more interested in the Odyssey.
Well, that's going to be interesting too. I mean, Christopher Nolan is always good, but we'll talk more about that once they drop more trailers and stuff.
I want more cookie crumbs on that one.
Yeah, well, they'll slowly bring those out too. A bit of high note here for me, especially. I've yet to see all of season 2 yet, but Peacock has officially announced that they have renewed Twisted Metal for a 3rd season. So Samoa Joe, as well as Anthony Mackie and the crew over there at Twisted Metal will be returning for a 3rd season on Peacock. I know Brandon was a fan of the 1st season, at least. I don't know if you ever got a chance to watch any of the 2nd season or not, but so yeah, we get more with the actual car, you know, explosions and stuff with the being run by the ringleader Calypso. So yeah, I mean, thoughts on this? Another video game adaptation.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Brandon, did you ever watch Spawn?
Twisted Metal's good. Yes.
Spawn was good. Yeah, that was good too.
Yeah. Yeah. So they've been trying to do a Spawn remake for years. I don't know what happened now at this point, but
because of budget.
The creator wants to have a lot of control and all that stuff. You gotta
find the actors and
Well, last I heard, I think was it Todd McFarlane. He wanted to direct it or something like that too, which was some studios ain't going to go with that. So, guy I believe who's never directed anything. I could be wrong, but anywho. But Mike said, can we also get a Duck Hunt movie where that dang dog finally gets his? I'm sure a lot of Duck Hunt fans would probably like that, for sure. I'll be down for that. I don't know how you make that into a full-blown movie, but maybe. I mean,
hey, that was one shooter I could fucking play. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just funny because all you had to do is take the gun right up to the screen and basically hit anything. But yeah, so that was always cool. But yeah,
that the kids don't know, Eric.
Oh, sorry.
They don't know how easy it was.
Did they watch the show?
I'm saying any kid that watches it.
Oh, I thought you meant yours in particular.
On the internet forever. Jesus.
Jesus,
they're gonna know the secret now.
Yeah.
The secret's out now, Eric. Way to go.
Like it wasn't, 30 years ago.
I should have said.
Yes, I was actually. It turned into brown hair. I don't know when I was younger, but yes, I was born blonde. So it explains a lot, doesn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, it does.
Well, we also got another look at the upcoming Toy Story 5. We got the first look at the Buzz Army. Again, we kind of speculated about how the Buzz Army could potentially all be as delusional as that original Buzz Lightyear was. And if that's the case, these guys are going to be a problem.
Wait, wasn't he? Never mind. Go ahead. Are they gay? Wasn't he gay in the movie?
No. I mean, there was a spot where he was kind of like playing tea party with one of the girls or whatever. They had her dressed up, him dressed up in like a.
Buzz Lightyear was never gay in the movie.
Oh, you're talking about I think you're talking about there was a Buzz Lightyear movie that come out that had nothing to do with the Toy Story part of it.
Yeah,
it was about the Buzz Lightyear movie that the toy was created upon. Movie. Well, no, he wasn't gay. His mentor was gay. And there was a kiss scene in the movie that kind of rubbed people the wrong way.
Rubbed me the wrong way.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, there was a controversy with that, but no, it wasn't Buzz himself. But yeah,
let me tell you how a shit storyline. Buzz's dad is Zurg. What a shitty letdown.
Wait.
I was like, I thought it was gonna be somebody awesome, and I was like, what a fucking letdown.
Matt, if you think that's bad, you're basically saying Empire Strikes Back is bad.
That was
a letdown. You guys argue. I'll be back in a few.
Wait, you're going to sit there and tell me that Darth Vader,
the whole movie,
Darth Vader being revealed as Luke Skywalker's dad was bad?
It was his. No, it wasn't even his dad. It was the same character. It was Buzz from 50 years in the future.
Oh, you're talking about that. Well,
Yes.
yeah, in the Toy Story movies, Zurg was like his father.
I'm not ripping on Darth Vader. God,
yeah,
what's wrong with you?
Well, but the way you said it was, him being the father is bad. I'm like, well, that's the same thing Star Wars did.
You
You're like
see
that.
my background is Captain Phasma. I don't shit on.
Well,
Darth
but that
Vader.
wasn't his dad then in the Buzz movie, because that was an older version. Like you said, it wasn't even his dad; it was himself.
It was a messed up.
It was a little that was a little lame. I'll give you.
It was a messed up storyline. It just was, and it was a movie that I was really kind of looking forward to the Lightyear movie. I thought
it wasn't
maybe
bad.
Disney may have hit on something, and it just.
Yeah, that one thing kind of sucked. But anyway, we also got a first look at the upcoming Jumanji movie we talked about last week. Finally starting a production, and here are the cast in their outfits in the real world. I believe it's been confirmed now, as was teased at the end of the last Jumanji movie with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Jack Black, Karen Gillan, and Kevin Hart, that the movie will in fact be going into the real world. The Jumanji game will be bleeding over into real life. So that'll be, I mean, they kind of played on that a little bit in the Robin Williams movie as well, the original. So yeah, that'll be kind of cool to see the entire Jumanji game bleed into the real world. So we'll see how that ends up going in the final film of that series. In the world of DC, apparently the DC Studios has put out a casting call for Man of Tomorrow, the sequel to Superman, and apparently it's calling for a tall actress in her 20s for the role of a warrior-type character with a strong athletic build. Now, obviously, that got everybody speculating that, they must be bringing in Wonder Woman, right? Well, there's a bunch of DC characters who could
not necessarily.
That could fit that description. However, Wonder Woman would be the most obvious choice. So perhaps we will see Wonder Woman or someone else. Obviously, Hawk Girl, who was also in Superman, would have fit that description as well.
I think you'll see a Wonder Woman at the end of the next Superman film.
Well, I mean, they're going to start building this out with other characters. They already said Superman 2 or Man of Tomorrow will be more of an ensemble, not quite so much focused on the solo character. But I'm assuming that's more about the Superman family. So we'll see how that ends up going.
Let me tell you, James Gunn, I'm actually kind of excited for where DC is going to go in the next couple of years.
Yeah, you just got to give it a little time to build.
I think DC has a brighter future right now.
I like how he said that. Brighter future, but yeah.
Because it's brighter than it has been in the past.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. So yeah, we'll see how it is.
As far as them bringing the lanterns into it, I think they're doing it right.
Well, speaking of lanterns, it's now, this was a little bit of a bummer, Brandon, just a small one. Lanterns has now been delayed to the end of summer 2026. So it's no longer coming in this. It's not coming in the spring like we originally thought this upcoming year, but it will now be coming out after Supergirl. So the DC slate right now, as it currently stands outside the video game that you see here up at the top, it'll be Supergirl, then Lanterns, then Clayface next year. So still coming next year, but it's been delayed a few months. Probably it might have something to do with maybe some storyline stuff they're working in there with Supergirl. Maybe Lanterns fits narratively after that movie. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Lanterns delayed a few months to probably around, I'd say August, maybe September. But then Clayface comes out in September. So it's going to be kind of a tight window. You know what I mean? Because Supergirl, I think, comes out in June. So you might see Lanterns in July even. But yeah, somewhere in there for sure. On the Marvel side of things, to end up the rapid fire movie news here, Black Panther 3 is officially moving forward at Marvel Studios. And of course, the heavy rumor right now is that in Secret Wars or whatever they end up doing with this multiverse saga, that they are in fact recasting T'Challa. So we will be getting another King T'Challa, Black Panther, as the lead actor role here for Black Panther 3. So will not be Shuri in the lead role for the most part, from what I understand. So if that's the case, I think that makes a lot of sense. Black Panther 2, while successful considering the circumstances it was under, I think most fans want to see T'Challa and their main as the main character on that movie. So we also got the Punisher has officially been confirmed to not be in Daredevil Born Again Season 2. He was in Daredevil Born Again Season 1 for a little bit short time there. But do not fret, Punisher fans. He will still be gracing your screens in Spider-Man Brand New Day, as he's been confirmed to be in that Spider-Man film. And Punisher has his own special presentation, one-off, that stars just him coming out in Disney Plus next year as well. So you're going to be seeing plenty of John Bernthal as the Punisher character moving forward. And of course, last but not least, we got Sadie Sink, who's been officially cast in Spider-Man Brand New Day as a mysterious role. Obviously, a lot of people thinking maybe she could be, Tom Holland's actual Mary Jane, or maybe like a Jean Grey. A lot of people were predicting she may become May Parker. Mayday Parker, whatever you want to call her, from maybe Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, the daughter of his Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst's character from the original Spider-Man
I think
film.
she's Mary Jane.
You think she's Mary Jane? Well, MJ is already kind of a thing in the MCU, but Mary Jane maybe not. Michelle Jones is what Zendaya played. That's possible, but with the fact that this is now also, we already knew she was in Spider-Man. She's now also been officially cast in Avengers Secret Wars. So whatever she is playing in Spider-Man Brand New Day, it's a big enough role for her to have a role in Secret Wars now.
Yeah.
So I actually think that makes a lot of sense, combined with the fact that now the rumors this week have heated up even higher and more exponentially that Tobey Maguire is also appearing in Avengers Doomsday. I think she's playing Mayday Parker from Tobey Maguire's universe. I think that's who she's playing.
See, I do his profile. Hopefully, you don't freak out like the stalker.
Okay.
Hey, he told.
I'm gonna mute you, Matt, because you got someone in the background. But anyway, I think Mayday Parker is probably the most obvious choice right now, especially if the Tobey Maguire thing is true. So we'll have to wait and see. But got any other thoughts on?
Okay, I think this is how this is gonna go. Okay. So Robert Patterson has been casted for this Spider-Man
movie. Yeah, I believe.
Okay.
I believe he's hanging around Zendaya a bit. So he's probably Zendaya's new boy. He could be
How
Harry
much
Osborn.
How much you want to bet he's Harry Osborn?
I've heard that rumor potentially.
How much you want to bet he's Harry Osborn?
Or Eddie
I
Brock.
see him being Harry Osborn.
He could be Eddie Brock of the universe too. That's very possible. I mean, that's very possible.
If he's Eddie Brock, then the fan base is gonna go, holy shit.
Yeah.
Because that's just the reaction you're gonna get.
I think he fits the more Harry Osborn though.
I do too. Yeah. Especially if they end up doing the whole
and I think that girl
Goblin thing.
that's in that picture that you just showed,
Mayday Parker.
Mary Jane.
I think it's Mayday Parker. Yeah, Mayday Parker.
She's Mary Jane.
Well, I mean, you may be right. I don't know about Mary Jane.
She's the Mary Jane for Tom Holland.
Michelle Jones is not.
Michelle Jones is not.
Well,
I think Michelle Jones's character is dead because I think Zendaya got tired of being Spider-Man.
She's in the movie. We know she's in the film.
I know. For how long?
Well, that could be. I mean, yeah, she could die, but I mean, we'll have to wait and see.
Scorpion kills Michelle Jones.
I mean, it's
Start
possible.
the movie.
I mean, then you could always introduce, Gwen Stacy. A lot of people thought maybe she could be her, and maybe she becomes Spider-Gwen at some point too. I mean, you could do that route as well.
That's a shit storyline. Don't ever bring that up again.
But considering the Sadie Sink news as well as the Tobey Maguire news all kind of hit this week, it's got many people speculating it's all because they're one and the same.
You know what I'm kind of excited for in Spider-Man, and this is related.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know Brandon's take on it. I cannot wait for Miles Morales.
That they're waiting. They said they can't do that until the final animated movie comes out. Once that happens,
I'm counting down the days.
Well, you got a few more years still. But after that, I think by the time if Tom Holland gets another 3 movies and a couple of Avengers movies, I think by that second film, I think you can maybe see Miles Morales introduced there.
Miles has a very interesting story.
Yeah, of course. And then you have him and Peter team up.
He would bring an interesting vibe.
Yeah.
To the MCU.
Well, you give Tom Holland another trilogy. You have him team up in the second one, and then train him up and all that sort of thing. And then the third film,
then
I don't know. Peter
Secret
dies.
Wars, he gets murdered by Dr. Doom because he thinks he's Robert Downey Jr. and that's the end of the story.
Well, Spider-Man 2 won't come before Secret Wars. That'll be after Secret Wars. There ain't no way. The second Tobey. Well, it actually be like the 5th Tom Holland Spider-Man. But yeah, you see what I'm saying? The second in the trilogy, if they have another trilogy.
So there's one thing that bothers me about all of this, okay?
Okay.
Tobey Maguire is coming back in Secret Wars, right?
Well, we don't know, but that's the heavy rumor.
That's the rumor. Okay.
Maybe in Doomsday, actually, but yeah,
in
both.
Doomsday. Okay. And in Doomsday. Okay. I'm going to bet you this quarter.
High stakes, huh?
This quarter right here.
Yeah.
That Thor does not make it through Avengers Doomsday.
Some people speculated that, but they've also speculated that he could stick around for a longer time. So we'll have to wait and see.
this quarter could
Thor's
be
at least got to stick around until we know why he's crying over Deadpool. That I want to know.
Will cry over Deadpool in the opening sequence of that movie.
Well,
And
Deadpool's
then he will be
right now is
murdered
Deadpool.
by Dr. Doom.
Right now,
Because they're
Deadpool's
gonna
not
make-
even confirmed for the movie either. So
Because let me tell you something. They're going to do everything they can in their power to make Dr. Doom look mean.
well, they better. They've got him. They make him into a menace. You think Thanos was bad? They've got to make him look even far more
This
dangerous.
guy, he's going to be heartless.
As he should be. I just want to see how they interweave it with Robert Downey Jr. and all that stuff. We'll have to see how it ends up going. But yeah, I think that would be a good. Mike said, we'll get to his other one in just a second. Finally got a little one to sleep, so I'm crashing. Fought a headache all day long. Once again, congrats, Brandon, on your upcoming win. So good luck to you there. But yeah, sorry you feeling bad, but apparently it's something going around because, like I said, I've been dealing with some stuff too. So yeah, Mike did also say, what was a movie that you thought was great until the ending? Oh,
Jurassic World Rebirth.
I mean, fair, but more. I think he meant like really good until then. I don't know if I thought
it was really good until the ending.
You thought so, huh? Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I was so happy that they didn't kill off a certain character, because if they would have, it would have felt like The Force Awakens. Oh, that's another movie that was good until the shit ending.
The Force Awakens, by the way, did you know the original plan was for Poe to die at the beginning of that movie?
Yes. Watch Star Wars A New Hope, and you will have watched all of The Force Awakens.
Well, kind of. Yeah, that's kind of one of the knocks I have on that movie. But Mike wishes everybody happy Thanksgiving, by the way. There's a lot to be thankful for. Good night and God bless. So, yeah, see you guys. So, see you in a couple of weeks, Mike, if you come back for the show, for sure. But, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a hard one on the spot to figure out what movie.
Brandon, what's a good movie until it's shit at the end of the movie?
Nice way of putting it. That's a tough one. I can't really think one off the top of my head.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, I gotta Google like what are bad movies that are good. This will kind of help me jog my memory.
Titanic.
But it was good all the way through.
Brandon, for obvious reasons, it's gonna have a shit
I don't know.
ending. What's a good movie with a shit ending? Titanic.
Oh, you know what? A movie I enjoy, or a movie, Training Day. I didn't like the ending.
Did you not? Okay.
For him to just get gunned down at the end of it was just, it was kind of like anticlimactic, and that's because like Denzel Washington's character was so, I don't know, man. Like, what's the word? Obviously, that character is iconic in pop culture when you talk about that movie, but like the way he just gets gunned down at the end, it just seems like, damn, that's how he went out after all the scheming, after all the plot, after all the scheming, after all the backdooring, and like that's how you go out. So I if I had to give you one on the spot like that without really deep diving into my memory bank of movies, that like I think Training Day was, for me, is one of those.
The movies with the most controversial or disliked endings that are cited by most people: The Mist, American Psycho, The Shawshank Redemption, Primal Fear, Seven, The Sixth Sense, Inception, and some people wrote The Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. I fully disagree with that one. Inception, I kind of understand because it kind of left you on like
I don't know about
makes you think
that.
about it. Sixth Sense, a lot of people used to say because you found out at the end that Bruce Willis was actually dead the whole time. So a lot of people thought that was, or I think some people, what was that movie that Jodie Foster was in at one point? You found like the alien was her father or something. That was another one. But yeah, I don't remember the name of that one. So Shawshank Redemption wasn't bad. I don't know why everybody thought that one's kind of one of those, but yeah, I don't know.
You got to cover yourself in poo.
There's more movies, I think, or more TV shows, I think, that have terrible season finale or series finales or final seasons than there are movies that end up being terrible at the end. But I'm sure there's some. But yeah, I just can't think of it off the top of my head. But anyway, good question though. I like that one better than the ones like what comic book character gets comic. I like this one better. But anyway, go ahead, Matt.
another film I think that has a really strong start, but yet a really kind of a shitty finish.
Uh-huh.
And I can't believe the words are actually going to come out of my mouth.
Gosh dang it! I'm sorry, Matt. Hold on. All right. Here's man. I got this all screwed up. Here we go. I was trying to get. There we go. I was trying to remove Miranda before she come back. But anyway, we're back. Live television. Anyway.
The movie Cars.
Yeah.
Has a good beginning and a kind of a shit ending.
Well, it's a sad ending to some respect, but at the same time, he learns a valuable lesson.
Have you seen the last Cars movie?
The third one? No, I thought you meant the original.
Okay, the third movie, it's really good because he goes back to like his racing roots.
Yeah, well, don't spoil it in case everyone want to watch it. But
okay, well then I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it has a shit ending to how it ends.
Okay. And I know it's been out like 10 years probably at this point. But anyway.
It has a really shit ending.
All right, well, let's move on to the sports section here, and we'll get that rolling, and we'll keep the show moving. So here we go. All right, let's. Whoa, why do I switch spots again? That was weird. Okay. We'll get Miranda back here at some point here, and we'll talk a little more sports with her too at some point. I'm sure she'll want to talk about her Steelers at some point. Seems like we do this every single week here, kind of, repeats itself a little bit here. We got the Hoosiers are 11-0 now with the best record in college football, I believe, winning 31-7 over Wisconsin last week.
That is a lie.
What? Oh,
they are not the best record in football.
Who is it? I can't remember.
The Ohio State Buckeyes.
No, they're 10-0. I use 11-0.
They will be.
I know.
After this,
I know. Hoosiers are on bye, and Ohio State will get 11-0. But for right now,
you quit giving the Hoosiers credit where they don't need it.
It's not. It's right here. It's right here. 11-0.
He's not wrong. He's right. Yeah, he's right. But
let me have this.
The way he worded it sounds real sketchy.
I'm not letting anybody have this.
I mean, I see what you're saying. As Ohio State also won big 48-10 over UCLA last week. But yeah, it seems like we say this every single week. Collision course. It just feels at some point, whether it be here in the national championship or in the Big Ten championship, I think that's definitely happening. Nothing's stopping that. But anyway, we got more background noise there. As everybody just up and leaves. Like me and Brandon are like the sole people who stay throughout the whole thing, usually. But anyway. We hold the fort down here on the show, you know what I mean? When everybody else just wanders around, does the thing. But anyway, thoughts on the college football playoff rankings currently as it stands? Not really changed a whole lot, at least on the IU Ohio State front, for sure. But just feels like we're kind of waiting until this begins, all things considered. As obviously IU plays Purdue next weekend, and I believe I can't remember who Ohio State plays this. Oh, Rutgers. They play Rutgers tomorrow. So. Uh-oh. What about him?
What?
Sorry,
Me and Miranda were talking about this today. It seems like it's inevitable that these two teams are going to meet.
Maybe twice.
You got to settle that score. Yeah, you got to settle that score from last year. You know what I mean? Like, it started out as a battle, and then, it worked itself out the way it worked itself out. But, like, IU fought to the very end in that game. And I think this is like, they want to get back to that. They want that. They want to get that monkey off their back. And I think Ohio State is like trying to prove that they can do it again, second year in a row, that it wasn't just, the last class that was good. There's still players on this team that are good, and we're going to prove it again by winning another championship. So, like, I think these two teams coming to a head, it's
sorry, I just had to take a Buckeye.
That's crazy.
Man, that's out of pocket. Out of pocket, man.
That's
anyway.
wild.
But yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah, it just feels like I said, I've been saying it for weeks now. Collision course, and until it happens, I think it's.
There is one thing, Brandon, that impresses me about Ohio State, and it's that they every single week are consistently at the top of their game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how they can do it, how they mentally sustain it as a team. And maybe it's just everybody just does their part, and they play as a team. I don't know. Everybody going for the common goal. I don't know. It just seems like Groundhog's Day every week with them, is they're them kicking somebody's ass.
Yep. You got a rebuttal? Or are you just thinking?
I think I do. I think it's the same way as I could say the same thing about IU. I think it's in their coaching. Between Ryan Day and Cignetti, like, these are two driven men to prove a point to the rest of the football world that, like, we can do this, and, like, we're going to take these two schools, especially IU, coming from like a fucking phoenix from the ashes, and it's just blazing a trail. And Ohio State is just trying to live up to that lineage of what Ohio State is, and the collision course between these two for the second time, like, being where they're both at the top of their game, is going to be great. Like, it really is.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think I'm surprising anybody here that IU and Ohio State are the last two teams.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's I mean, Brandon, is it like a really big shock? I mean, they're the two best teams all year.
I'm gonna do something real quick. Yeah.
And as far as Ryan Day goes, well-run program, and day in, day out. That's just all I'm going to say really about that. But you can.
Yeah. Thanks, Forrest. That's all I got to say about that. Anyway, sorry.
It just is.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm just playing. I'm just messing. But anyway, we also got the Pittsburgh Steelers in the world of the NFL defeating the Cincinnati Bengals this last weekend. However, that did not come without a little bit of injury, as Aaron Rodgers has now been feared to have slightly fractured his thoracic bone in his left wrist or hand. I think that's how you say that. But anyway, he may end up playing with a slight fracture. So we'll have to wait and see if he ends up playing this week. Mason Rudolph is obviously the backup there. But as of right now, Aaron Rodgers is pushing to play on Sunday, even practicing with, I think, a little bit of a brace on his wrist. So we'll see if that ends up happening, as they are visiting the Chicago Bears on Sunday at 1:00 on CBS. So I don't know how Miranda feels about Aaron Rodgers getting hurt here, but definitely isn't a good sign heading into their playoff hopes for sure. But Mason Rudolph is definitely very capable. Yeah, I'm sure they'd rather just have Rodgers back. I think it all depends on just whether or not he can grip the ball enough to take handoffs and stuff like that. He doesn't have to throw with that hand or that wrist, but at the same time, it can still affect other portions of his game, breaking his fall, things like that. So thoughts on the Steelers and thoughts on Aaron Rodgers potentially having a decent injury that could affect things moving forward.
I mean, Mason Rudolph is a capable quarterback. We watched him when he came into that game against the Bengals, and I mean, he played lights out. So not having Aaron would probably hurt, but I think they could probably still pull it off. The way their defense these last two games has been playing, really, like, if they can keep that momentum up on the defensive side, I think Mason can still help them, if he plays to a victory. Especially with the way fucking Johnson, that tight end, is throwing people around.
Oh, a 300-pounder.
Who is Washington on your team?
I think it's him.
Yeah, Washington. That's what I meant. Yeah, Darnell Washington.
Darnell, yeah.
He is massive.
Yeah. Imagine trying to be that guy going one-on-one, trying to stop that guy.
I mean, I thought Derrick Henry was.
Did you see the highlights of him?
Yeah.
Where
Throwing guys left and right.
Literally stiffed armed a grown man to the ground, ran another one over, and then ran another one over and walked him down. Like that was wild.
Yeah.
Then
it reminds me of
jumped in the air.
It
landed on another guy. This shit was crazy.
It reminds me of the time when Derrick Henry ended Josh Norman's career.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Norman was a very well-known player and became very unwell known in the Bills uniform.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how the Steelers end up doing, but the injury to Aaron Rodgers is definitely concerning, but I think it's probably something he could potentially play with. He's probably played with worse throughout his career, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
So I think it's something he can definitely go through. We'll have to wait and see how it ends up going. But also in the Steelers game, apparently Jamar Chase got suspended after he spit on the Steelers' Jalen Ramsey here, which you can clearly kind of see here. So 1 game suspension for Jalen Ramsey. For Jamar Chase, not Jalen Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey ended up, I think, shoving him, maybe even punching him over this. Did not get suspended as far as I'm aware.
Don't blame him at all. I'd punch him too.
Yeah, but Jamar Chase on Matt's fantasy football team does not help him out there during their last place.
Matt doesn't care about that. Matt saw he was suspended, and Matt didn't care.
Matt's just like my season's done anyway.
I'm not checking out. I also want everybody to know that I'm not checking out. I know where mathematically where I sit. I'm not checking out. I'm still going to play everybody the same way I should. It's just frustrating to not have any luck.
With 3 weeks to go, if he loses this week, he's pretty much last place. Unless there's a points thing going on. But yeah, so pressure's on, buddy, for sure, no doubt about it. Speaking of pressure and maybe some injury news, we also got a little bit of late breaking news this week with Daniel Jones. Apparently showed up on the injury report on Thursday with a calf injury, which kind of came out of nowhere. Wasn't even really talked about during the bye week or anything like that, but showed up this week as he had a limited participation in practice on Thursday. However, he had a full participation on Friday. I think the coach even said it was actually his fibula. But with a full practice, it sounds like may have been just more of a precautionary thing. Yeah. And he's probably going to be okay and ready to roll here, as the Colts are also hopefully going to get back Javarius Ward as well as Jalen Carley's. I think Jalen Carley's, though, has already been ruled out. And Ward is coming off a pretty rough concussion that he said it affected him for about a month, and he was like dizzy and throwing up a lot. So I'd almost maybe hold him out a little bit longer, because he said he didn't start feeling better until about the bye week this week. So probably better you maybe give him another week or two before you throw him back on the field, if you ask me. But we'll see where they end up going with that. But everybody else looks to be ready to roll again in a big matchup here against the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday at 1:00, also on CBS. This is a big time matchup for the Colts, especially. The Colts schedule moving forward is not pretty.
No, it's not pretty.
As we take a look at some of these playoff standings here for the AFC as well, you can see the Colts schedule there moving forward is at Kansas City, Houston, at Jacksonville, at Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, and at Houston. All 7 of those games with the 4 divisional games, I should say, between the two teams, Jacksonville and Houston, are not fun. Jacksonville and Houston are playing very well. Houston just beat Buffalo last night, and that defense for the Houston Texans is scary looking right now. Kansas City, I hate to say it, Kansas City could be the easiest of this bunch at the moment, which is
that's the way I look at it.
I mean, I don't want to jinx anything. I mean, the Chiefs are still the Chiefs in Kansas City. Not taking anything away from Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, but this is definitely a little bit of a potential, I'm a little worried about where the Colts season is going to end up here, because the next 7 games are tough. Do you have any thoughts on that, Brandon? What they're looking at here moving forward the next 7 weeks? I mean, that's ugly.
So, yeah, man. After seeing what the Texans did, they had 8 sacks last night.
Yeah, and we gave up 7 to Atlanta.
And that was on a Josh Allen. You know what I mean? Wild. 8 sacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm worried. And again, Jacksonville does Jacksonville shit. They still pull out a fucking win in a game they should have lost.
Yeah. And regardless of what their current record is, They're 6-4. The Texans are now 6-5. And regardless of what those records, those are actually playoff contention records right now, by the way. Not to mention, no matter what the records are, they always play the Colts tough in the division. It doesn't matter what the record is. They could be 2-8 at this point, and they'd still play us tough. Then you got to go to Kansas City, to Seattle, and then you got to welcome San Francisco here. We may have just played our easiest part of the schedule. This may be the worst part. But if the Colts can win some of these games, I'm going to feel a lot better about this team. I still feel pretty good at the moment, but
yeah. And you got to think too, like Denver is crushing it right now, and like, that's worrisome.
Yeah,
well, their defense is killing it. Their offense is moving. Like
at times, it's struggled a bit here lately, but yeah, they have the potential for sure. But New England is another. But here's the thing: looking at this schedule, it is important, or this standings right now, it is important to note that the Broncos and the Patriots. The Broncos have their bye this week. The Patriots in a couple weeks. If the Colts continue to win out, they will retake the number 1 seed. The Colts just have to hold serve on their own schedule here.
That's going to be the question, Eric.
But the only reason they're below those two is because the Colts had their bye already. So yeah, that's the question. Yeah.
Can they be? Colts got to put their big boy pants on.
Oh, yeah. It's time to show out in these next 7 weeks.
They got to put their big boy pants on this couple weeks.
They have to earn it, and this is the time to do it.
Didn't Denver beat Kansas City?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. Last Sunday?
Here's what worries me, okay? And I just – this is just a food for thought, okay?
Yeah.
I'm watching the beating that Josh Allen is taking in these games, okay?
Yeah, it's not his fault.
If you are a team that drafts a rushing quarterback, you better have 3 or 4 of them.
At least a good offensive line to go with them.
They will not be out there for very long.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow hurts. Aaron Rodgers has a wrist injury.
I wouldn't necessarily call Burrow the biggest runner, but
Josh Allen will be hurt. He will be hurt by the end of this season.
Well, if it keeps up,
I'm just saying. I'm kind of directing this towards the Colts.
Yeah.
If you have a rushing quarterback, perhaps that's not the best investment in the world.
Well, I said it last week. The Colts, or whenever the last Colts game was, 2 weeks ago. I said if the Colts don't get their offensive line squared away, you better get Riley Leonard ready because he's going to be on the field.
It's the same goes for all the other teams. I'm saying I'm noticing a trend that they're going to all take a beating until they can't play anymore.
Yeah. Well, just looking at the standings too, you got the Baltimore Ravens sitting there and the Houston Texans who just won, who are now 6-5. This game against the Colts, Kansas City, this is more important for them, in my opinion, than it is for Indianapolis. Because Indianapolis, as long as they don't blow it too much and they hold serve in their own division, they're going to win the division. The Colts are fighting for the number 1 seed right now, but Kansas City is fighting for their playoff lives. We're looking at a Kansas City team who will not win the division because they're 4 games back from Denver.
That worries me. Because they're going to play like it.
Well, that's the thing. 4 games back with 7 games to go. They're not catching Denver unless Denver just collapses. So they're going to be looking at a wild card at the best. So they have to win this game against Indianapolis to keep afloat. So, yeah, this is going to be a big-time game this week with the Colts and the Kansas City Chiefs. But we'll talk about our picks in just a second. Here, just to be kind of transparent on both sides of the ball here, here's the NFC standings as it stands right now as well, with the defending Super Bowl champs, number 1. The Rams and the Bears jumped 3 spots this last week, moving up to 2nd and 3rd seed.
How about them Bears?
Yeah, I mean, they're not always consistent, but they're winning ball games.
There.
Yeah, they're winning ball games. Tampa Bay, again, is kind of going through some injuries things right now, especially with the receiver spot here and there. And Green Bay moved up a little bit. Seattle dropped a bit, losing to the Rams. But
another team on there that really shocks me, look at the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, they're right there, too. And the Carolina Panthers play against the Niners. But the other big shock is look at Detroit. Detroit dropped 5 spots this week.
I'm not convinced in Detroit.
Yeah, well, I think they win this week against the Giants, but
they'll win this week. But I'm not playoff Giants. Playoff. They just don't look like a playoff team.
Well, right now they're better at home, but yeah, but like I said, last night we had the Houston Texans win 23-19 over the Bills. Kind of shocking, but maybe it's not. Maybe we need to start recognizing Houston could be for real, despite no C.J. Stroud. Davis Mills, it may be kind of a Jacoby Brissett situation. He might actually be the better option right now. I don't know if that's an injury thing for CJ. I'm not trying to knock Stroud or anything like that, but right now the Texans they're rolling on the backs of their defense
CJ
too.
Stroud is an Ohio State quarterback.
Well, I wasn't going to go that far.
I'm not gonna name names, but
I don't know if Brandon's muted or not, but I don't think he is.
history does not favor them.
Poor Brandon.
Oh, I'm not.
He just okay.
History
I'm not
does
entertaining this at all.
Yeah. Don't feed the troll.
History
as they say.
does not favor the brave.
Oh man. Well, anyway, when it comes to our picks and predictions here, last week, let's see, I can't remember. Oh yeah, last week Mike had the best week actually, only missing 2 games. He got 13 right. Yeah, and I felt bad for Miranda because she said the 1 week she doesn't take the Saints were off. My bad. Must have been 2 weeks ago. She wanted to take the Saints and they won.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But anywho, this is our picks for this week. We all are off to a great start. All missing that Buffalo game last night.
I don't think anybody.
I blame Brandon for that because he talked me into picking Buffalo.
Wow. Well, see, the one time you want to go with your gut and go the upset.
CJ was out. I didn't think Mills was going to play like he fucking played. Nobody fucking did.
And then you know who?
So
you know
who?
Who?
Pat McAfee.
Oh, yeah,
there was a 23% chance.
Yeah. Oh wow, really?
The Texans won. So I told Brandon I would start
Pat
listening
McAfee.
to Pat's picks for the week before we do this. But the problem is he does it on Friday. He does Thursday on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And he does the rest on Friday. So I'm like, well, maybe Eric will. And then I'm like, no.
I would if I could actually get the board done before the podcast.
Yeah.
But I have to do it the night before just so I can get it all done for the show. But yeah.
Brandon, do you listen to the Pat McAfee show a lot?
Yeah.
I love Pat McAfee.
When I'm awake,
I do too. And you know what?
Pat McAfee fan.
He's been. Do you read his posts on Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
So the last couple of mornings he's been doing the sauna, and this morning I think it was, or maybe it was yesterday.
He showed the picture of him going.
He's as wise as he is high.
Oh, that's
Because he's got these long posts that's just talking about life and how you just need to enjoy it and do things. And
yeah, he's not wrong there. No doubt about it. Gotta live your life, man. Yeah, we know how I live my life is when I take the Colts to win the game against the Kansas City Chiefs. We all are taking the Indianapolis Colts against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Is that more to do with we just don't like the Chiefs? Is that what a lot of this is?
Actually, this has to do with me believing in the Colts.
Okay, well, we've been right when we picked them so far this year, and I'm going to stick with them as long as I can.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep doing that. It looks like we're all taking Indianapolis on the road in Kansas City, which is not going to be an easy place to play. I'm giving them all the props I can. We also got we're all taking the Seahawks over the Tennessee Titans. I think it's kind of a gimme. I mean, however, you never can tell these upsets lately. We just get some every now and then. It just kind of out of nowhere. But Tennessee,
it makes me think that it's rigged. So, like Pat said, it was 23% chance of winning. So why not throw it in there? And it was a close game.
Yeah.
And there was a 4th and 27.
Yeah, I believe so.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's been done, but it's very rare for that to happen.
But then, did you guys see the ref that got?
Yeah, he got hurt.
So the guy that stepped in, though, he's a former player.
Mm-hmm.
Pat was talking about that this morning. Like, I'll be interested to see how he does and if that could be the future, because we can't trust these refs. And if you get former players in there reffing, maybe
that's exactly what Pat was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be an interesting way of going about. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially guys who can't play no more, or as long as they can still run and they can still do it.
Just as long as they don't tear a freaking Achilles. Like, how do you do that as a ref?
or bet on games. I'm fine with it for sure. But that's a good way. But yeah, I like the memes that were going around of he was being helped off the field and they said the Kansas City Chiefs lost a player for the season. I was like, that's funny.
Yep. That's great.
Because I fully expect shenanigans this week in Kansas City.
Pat also said that he refused to be carted out. He wanted to walk off the field.
If he need a little help, that's okay. I mean, I get it. I totally do. We're all taking, not all of us.
Intact.
Yeah, well, we also got Matt and Aaron, the only two guys to take Minnesota over Green Bay, where the rest of us are taking Green Bay. Matt, explain yourself.
Green Bay sucks.
Well, I mean, they've not looked great either.
Go back, go.
Well, I had Minnesota's defense in the beginning of the year, and I dropped their asses. So
that's good. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad you did that, Miranda.
There was a reason for it.
This is a learning year, I think, for Minnesota for the most part. Green Bay's still in playoff contention, but even they've dropped significantly. They were the number one.
The only reason I decided to go with Minnesota's defense is because John, he lives up there, so he's like a Minnesota fan. But he said they were going to go to the Super Bowl. So I'm like, well, if they're going to go to the Super Bowl, they're going to have good defense. They didn't, and they're not going to the Super Bowl now. So John is a liar.
I mean, I guess never say never. It's not over yet, but yeah, I mean, not so far.
No, I don't think they're going.
I wish I so much wanted our faceless dragon Aaron to be on tonight because for whatever freaking reason, he's the only one of us who did not take the Baltimore Ravens. He took the Jets, and Aaron is a Ravens fan. So at the least, I've got to text him. What were you thinking? I think he's thinking he's fed up with Lamar right now because he's on his fantasy team and Lamar's not lately. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know, but I'm like, what was happening here? So so we're all taking the Ravens outside of Aaron, who is the traitor to his own his own team, for sure. We're all taking the Lions over the Giants, except for my buddy Dan, who dropped one spot this week, who's making picks like this. But anyway, I think he's trying to get that upset pick for sure. And you know what? Had the Giants not lost their head coach, not lost Neighbors, not lost Jackson Dart, not lost Scattaboo, I'd be right there with you. But that's a lot to overcome. But if Dart were to play, it's one thing, but I don't think he's going to be ready this week.
Let me tell you something. If the Giants beat the Lions, wow.
Not only beat the Lions, but beat the Lions in Detroit.
I hope they don't.
With that banged up crew they got against the Detroit Lions, and that'd be something. Talk about there'd be the media would be all over the Detroit Lions. What happened to the Lions if that were to what happened? I think
the play calling will immediately vacate Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of trolls, Matt and Mike took the Bears over the Steelers. You want to explain yourself there?
Go Bears.
Fuck you, man.
Mason Rudolph. For real. For real.
Now, to be fair,
chance that Rodgers doesn't play.
Well, yeah, and I was going to say I'm taking the Steelers in hopes that Rodgers does play, which I think.
I kind of hope Rodgers doesn't because I took him out this week.
You might be right on that, Miranda. I even picked up Rudolph. I picked Rudolph. I was so sure he's not going to that I picked up Rudolph.
And it may well be. I think it's trending that Rodgers is going to try to tough it out. It just depends on if he can grip that ball, like I said a while ago. But, if he plays, I'm taking the Steelers. But if not, it is in Chicago. It's not an easy place to play. But Aaron Rodgers has had a lot of success there, as he even mentioned this week. He was looking forward to playing there because he knows the Bears well. That could be very interesting. We're all taking the New England Patriots over the Bengals as well in Cincinnati. Even if Joe Burrow were to come back, which I don't think is going to happen this week, it might. I just feel like the New England Patriots are just on a roll right now. They're the number 1 seed. Well, the number 2 seed, actually. But they could be the number 1 seed for sure.
They need to save their assets.
They're going to play their guys as long as it's not a blowout. But even then, they could for sure. But yeah, we're all taking New England there. A little bit of a split here in the dumpster fire of a game that is the Cleveland Browns versus the Las Vegas Raiders. 4-3, we're taking the Raiders. Who knew? The Raiders, who've not been very good this year, but Browns are starting.
I just don't want the Browns to win. Like, as a Pittsburgh fan, it was hard as hell for me to pick the Ravens.
Did I pick the Browns?
You did. You, Brandon,
Okay,
and my
there you
buddy
go.
Dan.
Okay, that's okay. Just making sure.
But due to injury to Dylan Gabriel, it will be Shadir Sanders getting his first start.
Yep.
Did not
Go
look good
Shadir.
when his limited time coming in last week, but he's going to get a chance against a not so good Raiders. So if Shadir's ever going to look good as a rookie right now, this is it. But if he looks bad here, maybe there's a reason he fell 5-6 rounds. I'm just going to say that. So, but we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening there with Shadir.
I don't think there's a reason.
You don't think? You think he's going to show out here?
I think this is the coming out party for Shadir.
What do you think, Brandon? Do you think this is the coming out party for Shadir Sanders against the Raiders?
Yes, and to what you were saying, it's kind of hard for a guy to succeed in a game where he has never played with anybody on that team. Like he does, there's no familiarity between him and his receivers, period. And that's
he should be practicing with them, but I get your point. And he was thrown in there kind of.
He has not had first team reps since he's been there. That's out of Stefanski's mouth.
Well, that's just bad coaching. You should have some.
That's one time.
You should have at least some, I would think. Maybe I'm not saying all the reps. Now this week you should have all the reps. But
Stefanski literally said,
"Wow,
he has not had any first team reps at all."
I don't know what they're thinking. I would give him at least some, especially when he's your backup last week and lately. That would make some sense. But it's the Browns. What do you expect? So yeah, but like I said, if he has any chance of looking good this week, it gets against the Raiders. So we'll see what he ends up doing. But I think it's time to prove the haters wrong.
Here's where I'm gonna feel about the Raiders.
Yeah.
If Pete Carroll does not win this game, he's shit canned.
Maybe they do have a lot of respect for Pete Carroll. I get it.
You might as well stay in Cleveland.
Well, it's in Las Vegas, so you got to go to Cleveland.
Wherever it's at.
Yeah, I get your point. So
better.
Apparently we're going with the Arizona Cardinals over the Jacksonville Jaguars in Arizona. No Marvin Harrison Jr. in this game due to an appendicitis. I believe he's still up with that. We got Jacksonville. Me, Brandon, and Miranda took Jacksonville. I don't know what all the rest of y'all were thinking, but I think it's clear that Jacksonville wins this game. Cardinals, even with Jacoby Brissett lately, have not looked.
I took the Cardinals.
I know you did. Why?
The reason, Eric, this week I made a lot of upset picks this week, and the reason is I'm just trying to gain some ground.
Or you're going to lose it big to Miranda.
You got to make some risks.
We're both right on your tail. Mike could very well jump all of us and end up in second or first if he has another good week like he did last week.
Sometimes you got to.
It's tight in them first 5 spots for sure.
Sometimes you just got to go get it.
Hell, it's pretty tight all the way through. Really, there's only 12 spots separating dead last from first. It's really not that far apart. But especially
I know
the
one
top 5
coach
spots.
is going to be happy this week, and that is Mike McDaniel because he cannot lose this week.
Well, no, he's on bye. I would hope not for sure. But I don't know. We got it. We had Daniel Jones show up on the injury report during the bye. So
marked safe from an ass kicking.
Well, for at least one more week for sure. We're all sweeping with the Philadelphia Eagles over the Dallas Cowboys. So Slara, if you're watching, Nate, if you're watching, sorry, we're all going Philly here. The Super Bowl champs are actually starting to look more like Super Bowl champs, at least on defense for sure as of late. So Saquon's still struggling a bit. I'd like to see that get turned around a bit more going into the playoff run. But we got the Eagles going against the Cowboys in Dallas. But I think Dallas could be kind of scrappy there more than we're giving them credit for. Maybe.
Dallas could win that game.
Well, we had to choose somebody. Nobody liked Dallas.
Field goals do count.
That is true.
Is it me? And this might be me. But is it me, or does Dallas feel like a more complete team this year? Especially
on offense, the defense is still a little bit work in progress.
I don't know why. I just maybe it's because it's the first year they're all playing together for the whole season. But it just seems to me like they're
CD missed some time, but
I'm just saying that they just seem like this year they seem like they're clicking. That could be a good thing for them because it's just maybe in years past I haven't felt that with them.
Yeah, they're looking better this year than they have in recent memory.
Recent years.
I'll give you that for sure. We're taking the New Orleans Saints over the Atlanta Falcons 5-2. Brandon and Aaron took the Falcons. The only reason I'm taking the Saints here is because no Michael Penix Jr. Obviously, they still got Bijan. But also at least I don't think Penix is playing. I know Drake London's not playing this week. So the Saints in New Orleans. Tyler Shook got his first win coming off that 2 weeks ago. I just feel like it's going to be the Saints in this one.
Tyler Shook looks like a better quarterback than what I would have put on my scouting report.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could easily go the other way, but I don't know. I just feel like the Atlanta Falcons. However, like I said, they sacked the Colts 7 times. Maybe that defense comes to play. I don't know, but I'm just going to take the Saints at home here. You guys have any other thoughts on the Saints?
They look like a football team.
That they do, Matt. That they sure do. We also taking the Rams over the Buccaneers. Brandon's the only one taking the Buccaneers. Want to explain that pick?
Yes. Explain yourself.
Yeah, explain yourself.
I don't know. I still believe in the Bucs.
Okay. Why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do too, if they're healthy.
Because of Bucky Irving?
Bucky Irving's out.
No.
Mike Evans is out. Godwin, I think, still out. They might be playing this week, but Egbuka also had an injury pop up this last week. I think he's going to play. So they're banged up a little bit on offense for sure. And then the Rams are just playing lights out right now for a lot of ways. So in LA, that's tough. So I think that's a lot of the reason why we're taking the Rams there for the most part. And on Monday Night Football, we've got Carolina at San Francisco. 4-3, we're taking San Francisco over the Panthers. But I ain't gonna lie, with Brandon, Miranda, and Aaron taking the Panthers, that could definitely be a thing. But San Francisco's still San Francisco right now. McCaffrey's playing out of his mind, which is who'd have thunk that he'd still be healthy.
Eric, did you put Christian McCaffrey back this year?
I had to. It wasn't a
I
choice.
think you did. That's right. You did have a choice.
I had no choice. I'd have kept you maybe otherwise. I love with Jonathan Taylor. I'm doing okay so far.
I could have kept Jonathan Taylor this year, and
look how that turned out.
Yeah.
Hey man, you just gotta make some wiser decisions. That's all.
Matt's made some shit.
You've had some great players, but you've made some boneheaded calls.
Matt has made some shit fantasy.
You just need to stop jumping ship too early. I think.
It's been rough.
Bo Nix, Hakeem or Puka Nacua, Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, it's been something. And of course, we got the buys with the Broncos, Chargers, Dolphins, and Commanders. So that'll do it for your Week 12 predictions. So you guys have any thoughts on football or anything in general when it comes to sports?
Go football.
Go football. He said.
I just want a positive outcome for my teams this weekend.
Yep, I do too.
Well, I mean, I don't know how good Rutgers is, but I don't think you got to worry too much about Ohio State.
My father.
That's just my opinion.
My father calls it a perfect weekend when the Dallas Cowboys lose. The Hoosiers win and the Colts win. My dad calls it a perfect weekend.
Yeah.
He jokes around with it all the time.
Well, I mean, it's like my fantasy team and the Colts win. I'm happy. So, or IU now, not you.
My dad is a huge Colts fan. Mm-hmm. He always has been for years.
It's been a good year, but like we said a while ago, the schedule gets a lot tougher moving forward. Let's hope it stays good. If they can get through that, trench, I think we'll be in good shape. But yeah, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. We got to play our best games for sure. But they've been playing well, no doubt about it.
All I'm imagining is like the SpongeBob trench where it's like the abyss with the monsters in it.
I thought you were thinking more like the Star Wars trench run or something like that.
Yes.
That works too. But anyway, all right, well, let's move into the last portion of this show and we'll get out of here for the night. But let's get into some news and politics. Sound good?
Yeah.
Everybody ecstatic? Excited? Yeah. All right, here we go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
I thought you were going to leave it up, Matt. I see you, little troll.
Chicken shit.
Yeah, yeah. Did you scare yourself a little bit?
Mhm.
All right. Well,
I
I
just
thought
left
we.
it up there for those Ohio State folks.
Yeah. Well, nobody else saw it but you and me,
That's
so
okay.
it's all good.
Oh, Brandon didn't see it either.
Well, probably not.
Oh,
He-
it was for
those of you who wonder
Brandon.
what we're talking about, he was flipping off the camera in the backstage segment. but-
It was for Brandon.
well, Brandon ain't going to capitulate to your craziness, but anywho. So I don't know what Miranda's doing at the moment, but I wanted to get a wellness check on her, see how she's doing. Because right before the podcast went live on the air, Marjorie Taylor Greene announced that she is set to resign from Congress on January 5th. This is definitely not something I saw coming. Obviously, over the last few weeks, mommy and daddy have been fighting a bit, and Donald Trump obviously, withdrew his entire support for Marjorie Taylor Greene following the fallout that they've had over the last few weeks and months here.
But that shouldn't make her quit.
But that's why I'm kind of like not quite sure exactly what this feels like, something like behind the scenes or something.
Yeah,
I'm not totally positive here. I know
Miranda, do you know anything about this?
Well, she's a little busy at the moment, but anyway, we'll come back to her on it. But yeah, this is interesting development to say the least. It was kind of something that kind of came out of nowhere just a couple hours ago at this point.
I'm like, what the?
Yeah, so obviously she's been doing a lot of appearances and saying certain things that some people on the right don't necessarily agree with, but a lot of people do support her, and I know Miranda was one of those people. So we'll get her thoughts on it whenever she gets a moment here in just a little bit.
Yeah, but didn't want her to quit.
Yeah, it's interesting, what I'm saying? It's just kind of interesting, just out of nowhere like that, So I don't know. I don't know where I quite think about it, but yeah, we'll ask her here in just a minute, but we'll come back to it for sure because she's doing something. But anywho, before all that did go down though this week, obviously, her and Thomas Massey and a bunch of the Epstein victims got together trying to have a rally here before the big House vote to kind of whether or not to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which would see the release of the Epstein's files for the most part, with maybe a few redactions for certain things that may be under investigation currently or things like that. And of course, they were asking all sorts of people like, why hasn't Trump released the Epstein files or what are this and that? Well, a reporter apparently asked House Minority Leader Chuck Schumer why that the Epstein files were not released under Joe Biden's 4 years. And this is what Chuck Schumer had to say. Chuck Schumer had to say, he was asked about why Joe Biden wasn't doing anything the last 4 years. And then he's like, well, that's the question. Why is Trump not releasing them? He completely didn't care about the question, or just tried to spin it to where it's made it sound better for them.
Senator, on that note, just I guess a question that's out there. Why wouldn't they have been released the last 4 years when President Biden was in office?
Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking. What the hell is he hiding? Why doesn't he want them released?
Senator. But that's the thing, though. They didn't ask Chuck Schumer about why Trump is hiding him. They were asking him why nothing happened under Joe Biden's last 4 years. And then he just spun it to say, well, why is Trump hiding it? That's not what they asked you, dummy. It's like, why are you trying to? Anyway, it's just like, what is going on? Are you back, Miranda?
Yes, sorry. I told you I was helping my mom buy some crypto.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. I just wanted to get your thoughts. I'm assuming you saw this right before the show went on the air. Marjorie Taylor Greene set to resign from Congress.
Yeah.
I know you're a supporter. Seems kind of out of left field. I was just like, wow, this kind of
do you know anything about this, Miranda?
Feels weird.
It's definitely not. So her boyfriend Brian Glenn had a post, and I said I don't believe it. But I'll see in the end, I really don't believe it though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of people with different opinions about Marjorie Taylor Greene. A lot of people on the right are even celebrating this. Some people are obviously supporters like you are, I understand. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel about it. It just feels awkward. Like I understand, like I said, mommy and daddy were fighting. Her and Trump have not been getting along. So, and I don't know if that played into a lot of this or
you got to remember though,
I don't know.
Trump, okay. To say Trump is an actor is not suffice enough. Like he likes to plan everything. Like when they have big parties, he is the DJ. Okay. All these ideas and stuff, I think they're his original ideas. He's got people helping him, but he also is taking down the worldwide cabal. I don't care how you want to say it. Like I said, I have a video for you, and I have not sent that yet.
That's okay.
I'll get it sent, and you can decide whenever you want to play.
Well, to piggyback off that thought, there are some people like I'm gonna mention it briefly a little bit later when I talk about Elon Musk a little bit, but a lot of people are kind of wondering if maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene is playing her part right now, in this overall plan, as it were, as you would put it. So
because
that's a speculation.
she's even denouncing Q, and
Yeah,
she
I
was
saw
the
that.
only senator. She was the only senator. What is she? House rep.
House rep, yeah.
To ever even. There's a video of her talking about Q. I made Brandon listen to the other day.
I was going to play it actually, but then this happened. I was like, well, I guess we won't talk about it at the moment.
I think we need to remember that, because nothing happens without a reason.
Well, and I'm gonna piggyback off that a little bit later on when it comes to this Epstein stuff in just a minute. But yeah, I mean, this announcement here is out of left field. But again, I'm gonna tie back into it a little bit later. But her resigning now feels very much like how when Elon and Trump were butting heads, and Elon left for a minute.
Yeah,
you know?
and Elon was at the Saudi Arabia prince.
That's where I'm gonna bring him in. Yeah.
And that was the perfect timing to remind everybody what the kayfabe was between Elon and Trump was.
Yeah, and I'm gonna dive into that a little more.
There's
I don't think Elon's a bad guy.
No, I don't think so either.
No, but I don't know if we'll ever hear about it or not. I have not finished Elon's book. Elon had a very troubled childhood.
Right.
I don't doubt that he wasn't somehow involved with some of the, not involved as in a customer, I mean a victim of some of the abuse that goes on.
Well, it also kind of explained why he's had so many different children through so many different women. You know, maybe just didn't have like a solid structure to go off of, you know, growing up. I can see some of that.
Well, and he truly believes that the world population is declining. And he's right. Like,
in a lot of respects, in a lot of ways. That's one of the reasons a lot of the Muslim Brotherhood and stuff starting to expand a lot, because they're just outbirthing us in a lot of ways, you know.
Yeah, that's what they were talking about the other night. Like, I didn't think about this, and I wanted to ask Aaron about it because of the multiple women in his religion, or not in his relationship, in his religion, that can happen.
Right. Back in those days,
having
for sure.
Multiple, but giving love to that many children with that many women in a family, it seems like there's got to be some incest in the communities along the way. Almost have to be.
Yeah, like in biblical days, like, you know, obviously if you the whole thing that we came from Adam and Eve, obviously you have to birth. You know, back then it wasn't considered incest. It wasn't considered wrong like it is today. I think that's kind of where it kind of explains some of that to grow the population on the planet. But yeah, back in those days, that's why they took multiple wives. I think so. Now it's just not considered the norm anymore. But then again, I was talking to my brother-in-law. Though we were speaking of the Prince of Saudi Arabia. His grandfather, I don't know if you knew this or not, but his grandfather had like 100 children. Like,
no, I
insane.
did not know that.
Yeah,
wow.
like. And there's no way he was able to father most of those children. And God knows how many women he had them with. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like, but that's, you know, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for you.
Speaking of the Muslim Brotherhood, did you watch the video that I posted on Facebook the other day about what was going on in Michigan?
I know that they had some Christians who went and protested for sure, but I don't know if I saw that.
Well, no, there was Jake Lang. He was a January 6th prisoner. He went in front of the judge. It's only a few minutes if you'd like to play it.
Is it the bacon on the Quran thing? I heard about it.
So.
Yeah, if you send it to me, we can play here in just a minute. But yeah. So yeah, anyway, while she's doing that, the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing, though, yeah, out of left field. I mean, like I said, I'll talk about her in just a minute when I bring in Elon with this for sure. But they did hold the whole Epstein, you know, Transparency Act vote this week in the House. It passed in the House 427-1. One Republican representative, I believe it was Clay Higgins from Louisiana, voted against it. He was basically talked about how it was procedural and thought it was not good for the victims and stuff like that to get them, So I kind of understand where he's coming from at the same time.
Wuss.
But it didn't matter.
Go find that man and TP his house.
The reason why
Yeah.
he wants to not, he's worried about the names and
The safety of the victims.
victims.
And I get where he's coming from there to a degree, but it didn't matter in the end for sure. But 427-1 in the House. Now it passed through unanimous consent in the Senate, and that means it went directly to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, for those of you who say he doesn't want to release them, he signed off on this bill immediately. So I think that's something you got to remember there too. It was, there might have been some talk about how, well, he didn't necessarily want to release them, but now he wants to release them again or whatever. Everybody's trying to say, well, it's just because he couldn't avoid it now, so he had to say it. But you got to remember that I think he played it. We talked about this last week when Miranda was off, that Donald Trump, I think, played the Democrats and they fell right into the trap. I really think he did.
Well,
and we're going to talk about how it's just like,
because those files aren't going to tell us much.
No.
But
they've scrubbed it all at this point. The Democrats, I mean.
Do you believe though that there's a new investigation?
I've heard I don't know much about it, but
okay, real quick. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene that had a video released of 25 women all holding pictures of themselves at the age where they were raped or trafficked.
I did see that in passing, yeah. So
what my belief is, these women have already gave their sworn testimony to Kash Patel or another agent, Pam Bobby, whoever, and that there is a new investigation going because they scrubbed everything. You can't investigate yourself. But at the same time, I thought of this today. The whole NDA was Stormy Daniels. We had to sit through that bullshit for a reason. And I wonder if some of these victims were put under NDAs and threatened to be sued if they told. Because these girls went in as models. They didn't, like his victims, the ones that lived to tell about it, were models. The ones that didn't make it, they were probably bought and sold as, whatever. But I believe that these women that are survivors are giving their new testimony, and that we'll see.
Let's hope so, because I know they've been taking a lot of. I know Marjorie took some criticism, and the victims as well were like, well, if you know who did it, you can say it now without us even releasing any of this stuff. They took some criticism for it, but if there's an investigation going and they've already done so, I get it.
Yeah, but there have been resignations because they're about to come out. So I think that was a ploy. I think that video was a ploy to make sure that these people that were his clients know what's coming. Yeah. Because if they thought for a minute their asses were covered, not anymore. That's why Hillary couldn't lose. That is why everything was so important for them to get Trump. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And now that this has all been signed into law, essentially, that means now the Department of Justice has 30 days to release all of these files. So by Christmas, you should be looking under your tree or checking your stockings. You're potentially going to see more information. Probably not going to say what you want to. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the bombshell on really either side at this point. Merry Christmas. And it's definitely not going to be the bombshell that Democrats hope it is. As a matter of fact, it's not going to be such a bombshell for the Democrats as they hope for. They're already preparing like it's not going to be, by the way, because multiple different Democrat accounts, including Chick Yeager, we got Brian Krasenstein, we've got I don't know who else is on here, a freaking Leonidas. I don't know. All these are Democrat accounts. All of them are saying that the whole reason that Donald Trump wants to release the Epstein files now is because, according to Epstein's brother, who I'm sure is a very reliable source, by the way, who was also implicated on the former list, by the way, that was released by Q at one point.
he says that now 1,000 FBI agents have now scrubbed Donald Trump from the files. So they're even already acting like, well, if the only reason, so they're already saying, well, Trump's probably not going to be on, and this is why. So now that they've voted to get what they want and release the files, now they're doing a complete 180 and moving that goalpost. Donald Trump was absolutely right when he said that, no matter what we release here, it's never going to be enough. This is case in point. It's never enough for these people. If his name is not on it, it could have all sorts of other, criminal and sex traffickers and, predators on there. But if it does not say Donald Trump did it, they're not going to be satisfied, period. And that's the
But you know what Donald Trump did do?
What's that?
Donald Trump was working to take Jeffrey Epstein down. When was he arrested? The last time? 2019. Who was president? Donald J. Trump.
Exactly. And we're going to get a little bit more into
who was president when he died? Donald J. Trump. I do believe Jeffrey Epstein is alive.
Well, there were some people.
And that is the Trump card. Yeah. Because if he's alive, then he can live to tell about it. And okay, so if I'm right, and he can take down, like, Jeffrey is not the top of the food chain here. Mm-hmm. He's working for people, getting them what they want.
He's a pawn.
Take down them all.
Well, I'd say he's higher than a pawn, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. He's got some high clientele. And I don't know if you guys seen it, but there was a news story that came out. I can't remember what country it was, but they had human hunting parties, literally.
Yes, I heard about Hillary Clinton and like Bill.
Well, no. This wasn't Hillary Clinton. This was on the news, like BBC type news.
I've heard
Hillary Clinton hasn't been proven yet, but this is proven. This was happening in the 90s, like in our lifetime type human hunting parties on the news already. But the elite do it too.
Yeah, I fully believe it. I mean, it's a sick, twisted world that we live in, and these people need to go down. I hope they do. But I mean, like I said, I don't know if we're going to get it just yet or anything, but we'll see where it ends up going here. But it's important to not kind of note here that now that all this has kind of been released or starting to get released and, it's been signed, it's into law and all this sort of stuff. Trump signed it. It's important to remember Jeffrey Epstein was a Democrat. And it appears that since this whole thing went down this week, we're learning far more about Democrats than we ever have been recently about Donald Trump. I mean, if anything, we've been learning
there's far more rhinos.
Oh yeah,
there
for sure.
Too, because they're all. That's why nothing works in DC. It's all corrupt.
It's all one big uniparty in some respects.
Yeah, if you've been there for any length of time, and that's like MTG. She's not one of them for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
I'm sure there'll be some people speculating that for sure now, but
you know what's funny? Mm-hmm. If I ever ran for Congress, they would see that I bought cattle in stock during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I had somebody working there telling me I should buy it.
Yeah.
So,
no,
are you going to dig that up on me later on?
Well, I'm sure they would. It's politics. Yeah.
Probably.
No, I don't know if you can make it. You'd be too blunt for him. I don't know if you.
Is it insider trading though? I mean, I lived in the town that it was being made in. Mm-hmm. I knew it was coming. Mm-hmm. Is that insider trading? I knew they had the contract because I worked for the company that sold them the contract.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Aha! I knew Miranda had insiders on the voter trading stock.
Oh, she makes $25 million.
She's the one that wheeled out the voting machines. I knew it,
brother.
Yeah, brother. If we had insider trading like that to that level, this would be a different fucking conversation. I'd be in a different tax bracket, big dog.
I've held Bitcoin for a couple years, but not long enough. Let me tell you.
For sure, that's a whole other ball game there. But anyhow,
Miranda.
What?
You're big into conspiracies and stuff like this, okay? So I just wanted to get your take on this. Can you definitively tell me, without a shadow of a doubt, do you think that they stole Trump's presidency in the last 4 years?
Yeah.
We've been saying that forever.
But I also believe devolution was in play, and they probably let them.
I think
Because
so too.
listen, Trump wouldn't have been able to do all this stuff in those 4 years.
Well, that's true.
We needed those 4 years to combat everything because listen,
The scheme.
the criminals are real.
Yeah.
They were let in here for a reason. And that reason was to vote the Democrats continuously into office. But
Sure.
Trump knew the plan, so he, I want to say, tracked them, or at least had a way that was going to track them, to get them the hell out of here. But we've got this shit called free will, and you can't force everything. So you have to let some things play out.
Yeah.
And that's what we're doing.
I mean, at the very least, even if you don't believe all of that, it was definitely a blessing in disguise, in my opinion, that he didn't win those 4 years prior. But yeah, I mean, there's valid reasons to think that could very well be the
and
case.
remember, I said it here first that I do think he will be president in 2028.
Yeah, that one I'm still interested to see how that would go. But I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm just saying I'm interested
Unless
to see how
he gets
they end up doing it.
everything done and we are living in the golden age by then. I don't see it though. We got too much shit to do.
I can't see a world where they're not going to beg for him back.
Well, okay, there's also over 400,000 indictments, sealed indictments. That number has grown exponentially over the last 5 years. And you can look that up. That is public information. That is not a conspiracy. Yeah. You can look it up. The computer. Okay, Q has said clean and swift. Well, up until this point, nothing has been clean or swift. But if you're going to unseal 400,000 indictments, it better be clean and swift.
Yeah, that's true.
So
you got to make sure they got all
it's
your eyes.
probably going to happen pretty quick if it's going to happen, guys.
I agree.
You can't arrest one pedophile and think you got them all. You gotta get them all.
I'm just baffled that Congress can release some files and then go back and redact someone's name to just replace the name with the victim.
Yeah.
If I was a family member of that victim, I would feel like shit. And there would be.
Do you think they care about that family?
I would get Sue happy.
There's a few people that don't want their names out there in the public. Fine, but at this point,
you
kind of have to take one for the team if you want these people to pay.
You gotta do something.
Well, you gotta understand, Matt. A lot of these people were threatened. Some of them killed. That one woman you said last week was committed suicide. You
and like I said,
so you gotta understand that
people in the mafia. We know
if they were put under NDAs at a young age and then got out of it somehow, they're not gonna say. How many kids don't tell about their fucking fathers raping them?
Yeah, let alone when it's something this high profile and this dangerous. You know,
yeah,
it's a lot,
you got
lot different
princes, you've got politicians. I heard from I can't remember her name. She's one of the victims that was in DC giving interviews and stuff. That she witnessed Bernie Sanders have to do something or his family was going to get killed.
Yeah.
And she witnessed what happened and what he did to have his family not get killed.
Yeah.
So if you want to hear that, I'll find the podcast that it's on.
For sure. Before we do any of that,
roller coaster.
but the Democratic shoes are already starting to drop here. We've got I believe this is James Comer, who's exposing that Hakeem Jeffries even solicited funds from Jeffrey Epstein back in, I believe, 2013, if I'm not mistaken. So let's listen to this.
Colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance.
So yeah, so some of this stuff coming out in the emails, obviously implicating Hakeem Jeffries and his campaign. Obviously, I believe the files even called him Brooklyn's Barack, which we call him Timu Obama here on the channel often. But Brooklyn's Barack also is pretty fitting. So yeah, obviously getting the support from the sex predator here, no doubt about it. Now here's some of the emails and stuff.
Brooklyn's Barack.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So
that is fun.
That one right there, and obviously he's kind of looking like a deer in the headlights anytime a media member asks him about that for sure. So yeah, this could get interesting for him. We've also got Democrat delegate from the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett. She was caught recently, I guess, via text messages. They found the records for those, that she was using text messages from Jeffrey Epstein back when he was alive in a hearing in 2019 with Michael Cohen in an effort to get Donald Trump. She is caught on video coordinating with him to ask questions during this hearing to, again, try to paint Donald Trump in a bad light, because obviously Jeffrey Epstein viewed Donald Trump as a bit of a problem when it comes to exposing his sex ring here.
Barack Obama was president of the United States.
It's a little quiet, but.
And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago, he commented that only black people could live that way. Attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend,
there she is, texting,
misled this committee even today in a
reading
written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Did you review? Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record? Yes or no?
Yes.
Question: you helped out the president's campaign, or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman?
Now, the reason why this is important, because she changes her line of questioning based on the text that she was receiving from Epstein.
Yes.
Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh. You got to quickly give us as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is the Mr. Trump's executive.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and
she got a text 2 minutes later from Epstein that says "good work" at the bottom of your screen there. So yeah, so she was coordinating with him during this just to get Trump. So we got another member of the Democrat Party. While she's not a House representative or anything like that, because she's obviously a delegate from Virgin Islands, which is not a state but is a territory, she is still able to sit in on hearings and things like this with committees. She's not able to vote with the
Do you
Congress,
know?
but, yeah.
These stupid asses can lie about anything on the Congress floor. It's the speech and debate clause. Like, they are allowed to make up anything they want to on the House
I
floor.
can't see the text messages, Eric. I can't.
Yeah, well, it's just at the very bottom. You can't hardly read it.
Oh, good work. I see it now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but yeah. But yeah, you're right though. I mean, that's insane that they're just allowed to do that. I mean, and this is the kind of thing it gets when you're allowed to do so. Now, the House also, now granted, whether a censure to me is a slap on the wrist, if they do something wrong, it's basically the Congress sitting there wagging their finger at you going, how dare you, shame, shame. But the Congress voted against censuring Stacey Plaskett here because of all of this. 3 Republicans voted in favor or against, I guess, censuring her, you should say, mainly because they wanted to save one of their own, Corey Mills. So the deep state sticks together here on this one. And, Stacey Plaskett is still allowed.
Wait a
to be
minute.
part of all,
211 Democrats said nay.
Yeah, because they protect their own.
They don't want.
They're evil, Matt. They're evil.
Those tricky little slimy little toads.
Yeah. Because
They
again,
know exactly
they're
what's
implicated in
going
this
on
just as
here.
much as anybody else. So they're
Yeah,
going to
and
save their own ass.
Like, but at this point, they all need to go. All of them.
Yeah,
Every
I
single one of them.
agree.
We need a 100% new election.
Yeah, I'd be totally fine with it.
trust any of
And,
them.
and- and complete with new rules like term limits, and you must be born in the United States, the whole spiel. All of that needs to be, from the jump. I agree with it, but I don't know if we'll ever see it. But that'd be great, though, wouldn't it? One can dream.
We can dream,
But yeah. Now, when it comes to other Democrats stepping their foot in it, Jasmine Crockett this week. This video here is going to show her making a complete ass of herself.
Yeah.
It's going to show she's going to try to come to the House floor and try to be like, oh, I guess they were arguing about Hakeem Jeffries, being caught with the, the Epstein, funds and all this stuff. So Jasmine Crockett tries to turn this around and say, well, Republicans have taken funds from Jeffrey Epstein too. So I will pause it and we'll talk about it. But this is what she had to say there.
You talked about Republicans taking money from a Jeffrey Epstein. Here's what you said.
Pause. All right. Anyway.
Who also took money from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, as I had my team dig in very quickly. Mitt Romney, the NRCC, Lee Zeldin, George Bush, Win Red, McCain Palin.
They're all Democrats anyway.
Hold on.
I know, but
okay. So again, she said from somebody named Jeffrey Epstein. She's trying to cover for herself here, but listen to what Caitlin Collins, who I'm not a fan of Caitlin Collins on CNN. I think she's a worthless journalist.
I think she's a dude. She looks like a man.
Always just trying to toe that Democrat line. But to her credit, she is actually going to push back on her on this and show how Lee Zeldin made her look like a complete fool. Here you go.
Mentioned Lee Zeldin there. He's now a cabinet secretary. He responded and said it was actually Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who's a doctor that doesn't have any relation to the convicted sex trafficker. Unfortunate for that doctor, but that is.
So the text says, yes, Crockett, a physician named Dr. Jeffrey Epstein, who is a totally different person than the Jeffrey Epstein sex predator, donated to a prior campaign of mine. He's of no freaking relation, you genius. So Lee Zeldin calling her out on her BS. Now listen to Jasmine Crockett try to get out of this and explain her position, and she makes an even dumber ass of herself.
Who donated to a prior campaign of his. Do you want to correct the record on the people that?
Listen, I never said that it was that Jeffrey Epstein, just so that people understand when you make a donation.
When you said somebody named Jeffrey Epstein, you were trying to insinuate it was the same one. Do not BS me. That's what you were trying to do.
It wouldn't matter if it wasn't trying to be insinuated that it was the same one. So,
but Miranda so elegantly pointed out all the names that she was listing off there.
Well, Lee Zeldin, not so much.
Not
Bush,
Zeldin, but Bush. Sure.
Bush probably is Jeffrey Epstein, the sex predator.
All the names that she was naming off in that.
I know.
All of them are Rhino Republicans.
Not Lee Zeldin as much, but the other ones, yes, you're right.
Yeah. But the other ones, yes.
Okay. But anyway, she wasn't done here, even though she clearly was trying to say it was the same Jeffrey Epstein. Now she's trying to backpedal. Now listen to what her research team did to come up with this evidence.
Your picture is not there. And because they decided to spring this on us in real time, I wanted the Republicans to think about what could potentially happen because I knew that they didn't even try to go through the FEC. So my team, what they did is they Googled. And that is specifically why I said a Jeffrey Epstein. Unlike Republicans, I at least don't go out and just tell lies. Because it was not the same one, that's fine. But when Lee Zeldin had something to say, all he had to say was it was a different Jeffrey Epstein.
He did.
He admitted that he did receive donations from a Jeffrey Epstein. So at least I wasn't trying to mislead people. Now,
yes, you were.
Have I done it to find out who this doctor is? I have not. So I will trust and take what he says is that it wasn't that Jeffrey Epstein, but I was not attempting to mislead anybody.
Yes, you were.
I literally had maybe 20 minutes before I had to do that debate.
Yeah, but people might see that and say, well, you're trying to make it sound like he took money from
I did not know.
A registered sex offender.
No, but I literally did not know. When you search FEC
don't say
files,
it.
Well, yeah,
that's
then
what I had my team to do. I
say it.
texted them and I said, listen, we're going up. They are saying that she took donations.
Right, but someone might say, well, your team should have done the
cannot
homework to make sure it wasn't the
conspiracy
convicted
Not
sex
at,
trafficker.
within 20 minutes, you could not find that out, not from just doing a quick search on FEC. So number one, I made sure that I was clear that it was a Jeffrey Epstein, but I never said that it was specifically that Jeffrey Epstein.
So her team did a quick Google search. So, because, everything you see on Google's true. I believe she genuinely thought that was the same Jeffrey Epstein. And now that she got busted, she's like, oh, shit. That's genuinely what I think happened.
Yeah, she's young enough and she's not involved with probably the Epstein stuff, but she's fucking retarded. And I cannot tell if she is central casting or if she's for real. But
all I know is
for her sake, I hope she's acting.
that I hope this whole, I know the redistricting in Texas is technically like on appeal or something right now. I hope it goes through because she needs to get out. Because whoever voted, I'm sure the people there who voted for her didn't actually vote for her in Texas. Probably, them gerrymandering as much or whatever they did to kind of gain an advantage in that district or whatever. But
it's probably all illegal mail-in ballots. Like,
exactly, things like that.
We can't trust any of these elections are real.
Not
Even
right
the
now.
ones that we wanted to win.
Which is why I still say, even though the shutdown's not over, I still say we need to end the filibuster, like Trump was saying, because we got to get that pushed through. Otherwise, they're never going to get the fair elections thing through, and that's another story. But another Democrat shoe that began to drop this week, Larry Summers decided to step back from public roles over his ties with Epstein, as he the OpenAI board member or head of the OpenAI board over there. Some reports are saying he resigned in disgrace. I don't know if he resigned fully, but he's definitely taking a step back from his public appearances here, as he says in this video in one of his classes that he teaches over at Harvard.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward. And
so he addressed his students in the school, and again, this is before anything's actually come out just yet, but he knows what's coming. That's what this is, and he's taking precautionary steps. Thoughts on Larry Summers before I switch over? This one other shoe, as it were.
Yeah. How many more are going to happen? See, I keep waiting for Suicide Weekend. As harsh as it sounds, I'm over it. And I can't say promise Suicide Weekend, but some of these people are going to take the cowardly way out.
Yeah.
And
be like during the Depression where everybody was jumping out of windows.
Yeah, I hope it was worth it. I hope your dirty little secrets were worth it in the end. I don't feel sorry for him at this point.
Yeah,
there's
I don't
too
either.
much evidence out there to know that it's not a conspiracy.
And by the way, Larry Summers is one of the people that Donald Trump has named directly when they've asked him about who's in the files or who's in the Epstein list. Yeah, him, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman is the names that Trump's been listing most often. And so there you go. That's the first one that Trump's even mentioned. You just heard it. He's stepping back on his own accord because he knows what's coming. So
Epstein, you got to remember, he wasn't just United States. He was all over the world.
Oh yeah, that was a global thing. Yeah.
And yeah.
Oh, and by the way, it's interesting to note too that Stacey Plaskin we talked about a while ago, who's a delegate from the Virgin Islands. Where was Jeffrey Epstein's island? In the Virgin Islands.
Now might be a good time to play the Joe Rogan interview video.
Before I do that, I have one more thing on Larry. I have one more thing on Larry Summers. Then I'll do it. I promise. But this is Stephen A. Smith had a response to the Epstein files being signed by Donald Trump and his reaction to it, and I think it puts a lot of context into what Trump was actually doing. That Stephen A. Smith is even catching on a little bit here.
He did something that I didn't see coming. He said, "The hell with it, open the files. I'll sign to open the files, no problem." And the first words that came to my mind was, "Uh-oh." Because Donald Trump is not going to do that if it's going to be something that significantly hurts Donald Trump. He's going to do it if, dare I say, he's got something on other people. Because that is who we know him to be, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. There's no way around this.
You're learning.
And sure enough,
eyes are opening.
One of the first names that came out was Larry Summers, who worked as the Treasury Secretary under the Clinton administration, who worked on economic policies for Barack Obama, who was religiously associated with the left, who was still teaching at Harvard, and then ultimately had to step back and step away from public settings and things of that nature, scale back his role within the last 24 hours because he was one of the names that appeared in the Epstein files. He was somebody that knew Epstein. He was somebody that kept in constant contact with Epstein. He was somebody that Epstein had influenced and coaxed Epstein into donating millions upon millions of dollars to Harvard University. I mean, in excess of $9 million. Okay. This is the kind of stuff that was happening. And you found yourself saying, oh, damn. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, that's exactly what you should be thinking. It should be, oh, damn. Because that's just the first shoe to drop. Why is Larry Summers bothered? Why does he have to step away? Why has his reputation been impugned to some degree? It's very, very simple when you think about it. The reason that it happened was because there were emails. And those emails revealed that this man that had been married for decades was asking Jeffrey Epstein for dating advice.
Yeah, how creepy is that?
And we don't know all the details about it, but this man that had been married for decades needs dating advice. Obviously, it wasn't to date his wife. And not only was he communicating with Jeffrey Epstein prior to Jeffrey Epstein being arrested and indicted back in 2007, 2008, whenever it was, this was a year before Epstein had committed suicide, reportedly, in like 2018. And he's in there asking for advice on how to pick up this woman. After the man had been associated with sexual assault and sexual offenses of minors, you were still communicating with him. Is that somebody that you asked for dating advice from? He did. He did. And then as you look and you scour the internet and you see old footages, we've seen old footages of Michelle Obama. We've seen old footages of Barack Obama. We've seen old footages of Bill Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, do you really, really think that Donald Trump is going to sign off on releasing the Epstein files and not have a boatload of stuff that he's going to throw in the Democrats' direction? At some point in time, we got to fall back to what one of my boys, Jeff Brown in LA, said. He said, Trump has become a verb. The name Trump has become a verb. He's trumping the Democrats at every turn, playing them like a fiddle. Now, I don't know whether this is true or not, but I know there are people that believe that. And the reason why you got to have attach substance to it because what else would make sense? You got a 2026 midterm election coming up. You think Donald Trump's going to do something to harm himself and damage or compromise his legacy with what he's trying to get done, whatever that may be? You think he's going to do that? He's not going to do that. If he doesn't, it's going to be, hey, it's because of them.
Exactly. So even Stephen A. Smith's starting to see something's going on here. And to put a pineapple on this, and we'll get into Miranda's video here.
Smith, welcome to the desert
of the real.
So
we're speaking. But this is the supposed, Miranda can correct me if I'm wrong, the original Q post, post 4577 on July 2nd, 2020, that had the original supposed Epstein list was dropped by Q back then, and maybe even prior to this, but it was reposted at this point or whatnot. But anyway, I'm going to blow this up a little bit more here so you can see the list that was there. I don't know if this will be any better, but anyway, here's the supposed list at the time. Now, again, as Miranda's pointed out, a lot of these names were probably already scrubbed by the Democratic Party. So
now
Joe Biden was
one name that I don't see on there is Rachel Chandler. So
yeah,
she's mentioned in the drops as being like the orchestrator of it. So as soon as that name drops publicly, we will. It'll be another big Q.
Well, for those of you who can't see this too well or whatever, I'm almost going to name off some of the heavier hitters. Alec Baldwin, that makes a lot of sense. He murdered a woman on a movie set. Is that going to surprise anybody? Anderson Cooper, one of the media heads there. Barack Obama, Ben Affleck, Bill Clinton, obviously. Bill Murray, interesting. Charlie Sheen. Obviously,
Affleck's name's on there.
Charlie Sheen is definitely one who's known to be a little wild and crazy. Chelsea Handler, Chris Tucker. That's an interesting one. Courtney Love, just kind of going with the heavier hitters here. Demi Moore. Let's see here. Ghislaine Maxwell. Gwen Stefani. We got James Franco. James Gunn, head of DC. We all talked about how
I'm so glad that James Franco.
It's like all the
the left-wing
So,
Hollywood types who are
if you're gonna
outspoken.
control the world, control
Mhm.
the world, you have to have dirt on everybody that runs it.
Right. Multiple Jeffrey Epsteins here. We got Jim Carrey, Jimmy Kimmel, the guy who's so outspoken against Donald Trump. Makes you kind of go, why? Could it be because he's actually on the list? Just saying. John Cusack, John Legend, Kathy Griffin, who held up the severed Donald Trump head many years ago. Makes you kind of go, maybe she had a reason to do that, to try to smear, get Donald Trump killed, huh? How about Kevin Spacey, also a known sex offender for sure. We got Larry Summers, as we mentioned there. Let's see here. Mark Epstein, the brother of Jeffrey Epstein. Meryl Streep. Oliver Sacks. We got Oprah Winfrey, again, another lovely leftist who won't allow people to use her private road to get away from fires in Hawaii. How about that one? We also got Robert. This one's going to break my heart a little bit, but Robert Downey Jr. is on this current list here, by the way. Seth Green. We got Stephen Colbert, another person in the media who loves to rip on the right with Donald Trump. Steven Spielberg.
I'm sad that Downey Jr.'s on there.
Yeah, I am too. Tom Hanks will break a lot of people's hearts too, but I think it's come out more and more that Tom Hanks may be pretty.
But
shitty as
let
well.
me remind you, if you have
Will
the
Smith.
news anchors doing what you want, you can get away with a lot of
Get
shit.
away with anything. Wanda Sykes, Will Ferrell, Will Smith, and Woody Allen round out the big like Hollywood type. Katy Perry's on here. So yeah, there's a bunch of names. I know you can read the rest of them at your leisure. Those are the ones that jumped out the most to me. But yeah, now I'm not saying this list is 100% confirmed or fact. I don't know, but like I said, Q dropped it, and if some of these names have been scrubbed, some of these names may never actually face accountability, but they still maybe could if witness testimony, or maybe this is still somewhere.
I think it just depends on involvement.
Maybe. I'm just saying these are the names that were gone around for years now. So we'll see if anything ends up coming out of this. So I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention.
Miranda, I also want you to know that I'm not saying that they're not all and not involved when I say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
well,
want to
and again,
clarify
this doesn't
my
necessarily
position
mean,
there.
but again, this could be like Donald Trump too. I don't know how many of those names I just read off to you are actually implicated in the sex acts.
That might have been flight logs. You know,
Yes, and if they're on the flight logs like Donald Trump, doesn't mean they're guilty of anything. We're just saying that's the list that was gone around at one point. So take it for what you will. Believe it if
and
you
it
want
could
to.
also be too. They may not be participating. They may not be participating in these things, but they could also be the ones being blackmailed and victims themselves.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, just makes you kind of wonder about some of this. So yeah,
it's now or never. Either you're a victim or you're not. So if they choose to stay quiet, they're going to face the consequences later. That's the way I see it at this point. Either you turn yourself in, you come clean and say, "Hey, I was put under this, and I was forced to do it," or you were participating in enjoyment, and those two are just disgusting.
Yeah. And speaking of maybe paying consequences here. Now, we reported earlier a couple months back that Bill and Hillary Clinton were scheduled to face deposition with a subpoena over the Epstein files and actually have to testify. They pushed their deposition back. Now they're flat out pretty much refusing to come in and testify at all, defying the subpoena. So now they've officially been referred to the DOJ reportedly, and they could be arrested for defying subpoena orders. So again, two of the heavy hitters potentially in this whole Epstein thing are running because they're not willing to come and talk, right? Under oath. So again, some of these shoes are starting to drop. We'll have to wait and see. And it's just interesting to me, as Miranda mentioned earlier, the timing of all of this. This tweet by Elon Musk back when Donald Trump and Elon Musk were supposedly butting heads over Doge and things like that, where Elon said the time to drop the really big bomb that Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they've not been made public. Now, as we've talked about here on the channel many times, Trump is absolutely in the Epstein files, but he's not listed as to doing anything wrong. Actually, multiple witness testimonies, like from Virginia Giuffre, talking about how he never did anything wrong, and other victims have said, no, we never saw him do sex acts or anything like that. So just because he's in the files doesn't make him guilty. But this whole tweet by Elon right here is essentially what lit the fuse that got the Democrats so riled up earlier this summer to demand the release of the Epstein files. I believe that Donald Trump and Elon Musk were playing the Democrats with this tweet and this whole bromance that broke up. That's my personal belief on the matter. why do I potentially think that's even more true now? As Miranda mentioned earlier, during the whole Saudi, Crown Prince visiting the White House sort of thing that happened this week, Elon Musk and Donald Trump were there together once again, back as buddies and bros. The timing of that, right after Donald Trump signed the bill to release the Epstein files. Is that coincidence to you, or is that just perfect timing?
How many coincidences
can
there be?
I mean, come on, man. And then, of course, I was going to put that video that Miranda had in here of Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Q and all this stuff and how Trump's a champion. You're
I'm
fine.
ready to go, so I'm just telling everybody bye.
Oh, hey, that's for first.
Oh,
All right.
hold on, Matt. Matt.
Yeah.
You got to listen to the video I sent Eric before
Hold on for about 5 more minutes.
I got 5 more minutes.
All right. So, but anyway, so you need to fix your earbuds again or something. Okay. But anyway, then I was going to play the video of Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about Q again. Her stepping down this week again. The timing of that I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's all connected, or maybe in some respects, but I'm just putting it to you. The timing is very interesting. So at the very least, you got to consider that as a possibility, right? So yeah.
Please.
All right.
I mean, I've been saying it for weeks. Please.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay. So where's your video you wanted to share? Now that I'm done with that.
I sent it to the chat.
Okay. Let me switch over here and we'll do that real quick and we'll make it quick so Matt can go. Matt's about to pass out, I think. So let's see if I can find it here. Okay.
Matt, you can listen to the second one about Michigan on your own. It's in the chat also.
Okay.
You want to tee everybody up what this video is about while I try to get it loaded
This
here?
is about Gladio. I vaguely talked about it probably in one of our first couple episodes. And Alpha's doing or has done 79 Gladio episodes so far with Colonel Towner, she was an IU graduate. But she was a major in the Air Force, I believe. She's colonel actually. But this guy is actually confirming Project Gladio.
Okay,
So.
Here you go.
Project Gladio. I think you meant, have you ever heard? But regardless, I think this is super cool. For those of you that are new to the show, or maybe you don't watch any other shows that I do outside of Just Alpha, on Wednesday nights, I do a live broadcast at 9:30 p.m. Eastern with Colonel Towner on Operation Gladio. I believe we just wrapped up chapter 79. That's 79 weeks of talking about Gladio. And this particular last episode we talked about syntax. And that has a lot of relevance to what's going on, especially with Venezuela, the narco terrorists. So it's definitely go invite it. But one of our faithful listeners sent this, and I was like, this is freaking cool. We're talking about Gladio. So again, let's take a listen. This is a long one. It's about 3 minutes, but I think you guys will appreciate it.
But do you know the one called Project Gladio?
No, I do not.
Put your seatbelt on, because this one just tops it all. So this was World War II ends, and the OSS, which was the CIA at the time, decides to leave behind, rather than take everybody home, all the American soldiers, they're going to leave behind a bunch of them. Hey, you guys, hide your weapons, hide your rifles, secrete all the grenades and ammunition and put it in bunkers, and just sit tight until we have some ideas of things you ought to do. So eventually, a few hundred of them stay behind, and they are going to do things in Europe to stop communism, to stop socialism, to fight the Soviets, etc. But what do they actually end up doing is terroristic incidents against our allies. They blow up a train station in Bologna, 285 people injured, 85 people killed, done and funded and operated by our CIA. They do the 1989 assassination of a guy who's a journalist who's writing about this. They shoot him twice in the head. They do another bombing, 17 people killed. Another one, Oktoberfest in Germany, not Italy, 17 people killed. Why? Because they see that certain candidates are doing well and might become prime ministers, for example, or important legislators. So when you have a big giant terrorist incident done in some train station, for example, that moves the public toward a more right-leaning government or a more totalitarian government that CIA can deal with, and away from anything where communism can happen. There's the assassination of Aldo Moro. He was a former prime minister, 5 bodyguards. They're all killed. He's kidnapped. A few weeks later, he's shot in the head and put in the trunk of a car. that was done by Project Gladio. In other words, these things were done by the United States to our supposed allies. And hundreds of these leave-behinds operated eventually a 20,000 person army all over Europe. Now, I don't expect anybody to believe a word of it. You got to go to Wikipedia and put in GLADIO, just one D. And you see that this insanity is true. The punchline on it for me, the one that really blows it out of the water, is that it ended in 1990. Whoa. Yeah. And George Bush was president, and he'd been former director of CIA, of course, and he denies it like crazy, but eventually an Italian prime minister really goes to the mat on it, and it becomes so well established that the U.S. government funded and managed these operations, blowing up regular citizens in Europe, that a lot of the people who were imprisoned for them, for those incidents, terrorists, terrorist groups, etc., were released on the defense that it was actually done by CIA. I did tell you to put your seatbelt on.
He did.
God.
Now Alpha's going to go on for a second.
Alpha from the Badlands, by the way. Great.
So
Yes.
first, and shout out to Truth Seeker who posted that right there. It didn't end in 1990. And any of you that follow the Operation Gladio series that I do with the Colonel or the independent work Colonel does on it knows that it is still very alive and operational today. So imagine when Joe Rogan figures that out. So if I were you guys, I'd go to Joe Rogan's different social media platforms, put in the hashtag Gladio, and then put it didn't end in 1990, speak to, and then tag Colonel Towner, because she will definitely blow Joe Rogan's mind. Let's keep pushing on. And as you guys can see the tabs, it is going to be long. It's Thursday night.
Looks like my
That was
tab.
a 4-hour show.
That's crazy.
Guys, I'm going to go to
But
bed.
All right,
good night, Matt.
Take it easy, buddy.
I
But
just
yeah.
thought it was really interesting. Like all these conspiracy theories of mine are becoming mainstream, and I feel
That-
kind of
that-
vindicated.
Well, that's good to see. No doubt about it. So just keep your eyes open, guys. So it's starting to get interesting out there, no doubt. So all that stuff with Elon stuff too. A couple more things here that was big news this week. Number one, Donald Trump. I don't know if he got into hot water, you could say, this week. We're going to talk about it just a little bit here, but he was being interviewed by reporters on Air Force One. And I want you to listen, because a lot of these clips that are going around about this are kind of showing Donald Trump like literally starting like right when he's getting interrupted and then saying "quiet piggy" supposedly to a reporter. Now I want you to listen to the whole video and realize that the reason why he kind of snaps, first of all, is because this reporter is starting to interrupt yet I believe another reporter asking a question, and Donald Trump got frustrated. Okay, verifiably and understandably so. So we'll talk about what he said, but here you go.
Epstein made in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago. It's really, what did he mean when he spent all the time with Bill Clinton, with the president of Harvard, that is Summers, Larry Summers, whatever his name is, and all of the other people that he spent time with. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years. But he also saw Skype because I was president. So he dictated a couple of memos to himself. You're going to find out what did he know with respect to Bill Clinton, with respect to the head of Harvard, with respect to all of those people that are going to money JP Morgan shares.
Now, I want to pause it right here real quick. Now, I want you to understand, the reporter he said quiet piggy to, supposedly, is the one who just asked him about Jeffrey Epstein. The media and the left want to say right now that he snapped at this reporter because she dared to push him on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. He answered that question completely fine, had no problem answering it. So that's lie number one, okay? All right. Now, he moves on to another reporter. Listen here.
Yeah, if there's nothing incriminating in the file, sir, why not take us in?
So he tried to move on to another reporter. This reporter was insistent and kept pushing. He decided to move on. She wouldn't listen. She was being rude. So he said, quiet piggy, supposedly. Correct? Now, that made all sorts of headlines. All right. How dare Donald Trump say quiet piggy? All right. So let's dive into this just a little bit here. Now, number one, there were a lot of reports going around that even Grok was saying, did Donald Trump call reporter Piggy, or was he calling her Peggy? Even Grok was saying it was Peggy, referring to Bloomberg reporter Peggy Collins by name. Audio from the exchange clearly supports this over the distorted Piggy spin pushed by outlets eager to paint Trump as crude. Now, obviously, that is referring to the Bloomberg reporter Peggy Collins, also known as Margaret Collins, who goes by Peggy. So, could he have been saying quiet Peggy, and it came out as Piggy with the audio from the plane and all this sort of stuff? That's number one. However, people on the left, and I believe it might have even been confirmed, I don't quite fully know, but they're saying that it was actually Catherine Lucy was the Bloomberg News reporter that was asking the question to Donald Trump when he said, be quiet, Piggy. So let's just assume it wasn't Peggy. Fine, I'll give it to you. But if it was Peggy, or if it was Catherine Lucy, so what? The woman was still being rude, interrupting the president, interrupting this other reporter. So Trump, who has been called every single name in the book, from dictator, fascist, Nazi, to Hitler, everything, and you all want to get mad about him calling someone Piggy. Does anybody see the hypocrisy here at all?
Either way, I don't know what she looks like, but she was being a pig with her fucking continuing questioning.
Well, dare I say she was trying to hog all the spotlight there with the.
Yeah.
I mean, Piggy's makes sense, does it not? I mean, So, but it's just the amount of selective outrage. Now, again, should he have maybe called the woman Piggy?
All right, Eric,
No.
you're better than that. Okay, you're better than that.
What do you mean? Go on. Elaborate. What do you mean?
Brandon, what happened?
You said you're better than that. You
About
said
what?
the hog all the spotlight thing.
Oh, sorry. I know it was
you had
low
to-
hanging fruit.
The hog.
Low-hanging fruit. I know. It was a bad attempt at a terrible pun or whatever. But anyhow, but again, I don't even you derailed my train of thought. But anyway, yeah. So what? I mean, look again. Was it inappropriate? Okay, I'll give you that. Trump said far worse. Okay. And by the way, newsflash: Donald Trump is being Donald Trump here. But again, when you're hounded day in, day out, every single day for the last 10 years by these same media people who constantly hound you, belittle you, completely demonize you, vilify you, call you every name in the book as depicted here on the screen, he's going to have a tendency to snap, especially when you're being rude like this woman was. Polite? No. But I'm not going to hate on him for it. Here's Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, explaining their position on this.
What did the president mean when he called reporter Piggy? Look, the president is very frank and honest with everyone in this room. You've all seen it yourself. You've all experienced it yourselves. And I think it's one of the many reasons that the American people reelected this president, because of his frankness. And he calls out fake news when he sees it. He gets frustrated with reporters when you lie about him, when you spread fake news about him and his administration. But he also is the most transparent president in history. And he gives all of you in this room, as you all know, unprecedented access. You are in the Oval Office almost every day asking the president questions. And so I think the president being frank and open and honest to your faces rather than hiding behind your backs is frankly a lot more respectful than what you saw in the last administration, where you had a president who lied to your face and then didn't speak to you for weeks.
Yeah.
And hid upstairs and didn't take your questions. So I think everyone in this room should appreciate the frankness and the openness that you get from President Trump on a near daily basis.
But no, we can't be open and frank and honest about stuff. By the way, for those of you who are upset about Donald Trump calling a reporter Piggy, let's remember when Joe Biden called Fox News' Peter Doocy a stupid son of a bitch.
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
You want to hear it again?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
I didn't hear the media have one problem with this outside of those on Fox, because I guarantee you most people on the left never even reported this. Not once. Not only that, I remember during a campaign rally at one point, he called a person who was debating him, one of the questionnaires and stuff. He didn't like the question. He called that person, "Hey, fat, you want to do push-ups right here? Let's go, huh?" No one said a damn word to Joe Biden about saying stuff like this. But, because it's Trump again. I'm not excusing the fact that he called the woman Piggy, okay? But again, this is what we're going to, the hill we're going to die on. I mean, it's absurd. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
It's hilarious to me.
It's just like, this
It's
is what
funny
made
to
news
me.
this week,
Like,
yeah.
you guys called this man so many fucking names. Almost got him fucking killed for those names, by the way.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're gonna burn the
Fuck,
whole
they
country
got
down
Charlie
because he
Kirk
called somebody
killed allegedly for their
Yeah.
fucking names.
Or South
They
Park
don't
once
give
said,
a
allegedly.
shit. They don't give a shit, and I don't care that Trump called her a name because she'd rather me be fucking dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how can I have respect for anybody that would rather have me?
Yeah, mostly these people in the media do not care about you, period. Yeah. And all she was on Air Force One was trying to do was to belittle him and get him on the Epstein thing. That's all she was there to try to do.
And you know what else? They don't give a shit about the open borders, the illegals coming in, raping, murdering, eating cats, whatever they're doing. They don't give a shit about anything. And it's stupid that they even try to act like they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they do it with impunity. No one holds them accountable. And I hope that changes one day, but I don't know if it ever will. But speaking of holding people accountable, this was a big deal to me this week. I was pissed. Former servicemen and women who are now members of Congress decided to put out this video openly committing sedition and calling for active service members in the military to openly commit mutiny against the duly elected sitting president of the United States, Donald Trump, for what they deem illegal orders. They're asking the military to defy those orders. Here you go.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander. Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer. Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear.
Wow.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
No, you don't.
More than ever.
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
So this is the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen from former service members who are now members of Congress. Yeah, I mean, like I said, then when they say, you can defy illegal orders. I'm trying to find a picture of it. But anyway, when they said
which illegal orders are they worried about?
Which one? Because everything that Donald Trump has ordered the military to do so far has all been legal and constitutional. I defy you to try to find one that's not.
Get used to it, because the military is going to have a new role. If we're not fighting wars every day, if there's not a new war every couple of months, the military is going to have, they're going to have something to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I guarantee Trump uses them to build things and get this country built back better. Remember that phrase?
Yeah.
So
nothing's built, nothing's back, nothing's better. And they tried again. The Democrats are now trying to say, well, we said to defy illegal orders. We never said to defy the orders of the president. No, you've been telling people for months that the ICE raids in these cities are illegal, that the military occupation is illegal for them to protect federal buildings. So what you're telling people, you're telling these active service members to view these things as illegal when they're actually not. And Donald Trump has the authority to do exactly what he's done with ICE and with the National Guard in these cities. He has every right to do so as commander-in-chief. You are openly telling these people to defy the president and to break the chain of command. So naturally, Donald Trump came out and defended it, or basically come out and said what the punishment of this would be. He defended himself. He come out and said, seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he retweeted, however you want to call it, hang someone who said hang them, George Washington would. And he's absolutely right, by the way. You may not like that. It may be crude to you in today's world, but it is the truth. Seditious behavior is indeed punishable by death. Here it is, right here, under military law, at the very bottom of the screen.
These people, they're going to be the ones that fill up the loony bins because there's something wrong with them.
Mm-hmm. Now,
They're
obviously,
missing something.
it could be up to 20 years, punishable by fine, but the military law is punishable by death or other punishment as determined by the court martial, which is all Trump was trying to say there. Everyone's like, oh, he's out calling for the death of Democratic officials. No, he's pointing out what you're doing could end up in, like, a court of law, and it could be, if found guilty, could be punishable by death, which is in our laws. That's all he did. He didn't say these people deserve to die. He didn't say that. But again, you want to act all high and mighty. Well, we didn't say to define. Yes, that's exactly what you were calling for. Don't bullshit us. We're not stupid. You're expecting the American people just to buy this. And to be fair, a lot of them are dumb enough to buy your lies. We're not. And it's disgusting. It's the most disgusting thing I've seen ever. Speaking of disgusting, here's Chuck Schumer going on about this on the House floor, talking about how Trump is now a danger to society, and basically, and is calling for political violence against Democrats and his political opponents over this.
Mr. President,
Democrat leaders recognized.
Earlier today, Donald Trump shared a post on Truth Social calling for Democratic members of Congress to be hanged.
You don't even know
He
how to
also
cook a
posted
hamburger.
message that said seditious behavior, punishable by death. Let's be crystal clear. The President of the United States is calling for the execution of elected officials. This is an outright threat.
You
and it's
could kill somebody serving them a raw hamburger.
Well, not only that, it's an outright threat. What do you think that was that you're trying to tell the military to do? That sounds like an outright threat to potentially the president of this United States. I mean, committing mutiny against the president could put the president's life at risk, could it not? It sounds like what you're calling for is, dare I say it, an insurrection, Chuck. But no, it's perfectly fine here. Here's Democrat Senator Chris Murphy. Apparently, he's now saying that this is so bad that apparently we need to now pick an effing side.
The President of the United States just called for Democratic members of Congress to be executed. This is not normal. We cannot allow this to feel normal. This, as far as I know, has never happened before in the history of the country. Every Democratic member of the Senate and the House, their life is in jeopardy right now, especially
they're not.
Those that were specifically targeted by this social media post. Democratic senators and House members who were simply saying that no member of the military should act illegally or in violation of the Constitution. The President of the United States just called for members of Congress to be executed. If you are a person of influence in this country, maybe it's time to pick a fucking side.
Well, I don't know how much
if you are a Republican.
Well, I don't know how much of a person of influence I am with this channel or anything like that, but I picked my side. Let the sedition trials begin. Because let's make no mistake about this. Had this had been on the other side and had Republicans come out and said, defy Barack Obama, defy Joe Biden, don't listen to their orders on the chain of command of the military, do you honestly think that the media or Democrats would not be absolutely apoplectic by that?
Well, this is the important reason why we have to have somebody that wouldn't turn the military on us.
Yeah.
Because that's what the Democrats want you to believe right now, that Trump is going to use the military on you. He's not. He's going to use it on the illegals and the criminals that are running our streets.
Yeah.
And that's
the other lie. They want to
that's
say
the ones they're protecting.
Yeah, and when they say it's an illegal occupation or what ICE is doing is illegal, they're hurting American citizens. They're not bloody American citizens.
No, they're not.
That's another part of that lie. So they're trying to make you think that everything Donald Trump is doing is a dictatorial thing when it's the furthest thing from it, you fucking idiots. I swear I hope they all go to jail or hell when because this is ridiculous. It's disgusting. And by the way, you want to talk about political violence? Don't effing talk to the right about political fucking violence. Chuck Schumer's like, well, people can hear what Donald Trump is saying, and some people may act upon it against Democratic officials. What the fuck do you think happened here, Chucky? Your rhetoric caused this.
And I'm going to throw this out there because it's legal. It's perfectly legal to put somebody in witness protection and, fake their death.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has to know, but like one or two people. If any of these people that are supposedly dead are in witness protection, nobody has a right to be mad. Like if we're mourning Charlie Kirk's fake death because he was put in WITSAC, this is for something greater than Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
It is for the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, most likely Epstein is in WITSAC, but it's not for his protection, so to speak. It's because he's going to testify against these people.
Well, if I remember correctly, I think, was it or was it not Megyn Kelly who said at one point that you may someday hear soon from Jeffrey Epstein's own mouth about testimony?
Exactly.
I don't know if she meant it by in person or a recording or what it was, but
Well,
the way she said it made people raise their eyebrows.
Now she did, or they have been releasing the Bannon interview. Bannon has like 17 hours. He was doing a documentary. And if you haven't heard any of that, you should.
Okay.
It's amazing. I told Brandon, it's amazing the lengths that they've gone through to cover up their crimes.
Yeah. And are still trying to. And if they, they're going to try. And believe me, I don't know if I fully am on board with the Charlie Kirk maybe alive thing yet or not. I hope to God he is. I hope to God he is, because I can't think. I still can't get over it. But we've talked before about how the whole end game would be like, well, somebody would have to come out and explain the world what's actually been going on. Somebody you wouldn't think still be around. A lot of people thought maybe like what was it, like John F. Kennedy Jr. could be one of those things or whatever. Charlie Kirk would be another interesting candidate if that were the case and they somehow did fake it. I don't know if like I said, I'm on board with that, but maybe.
I don't know if I've explained how or why I think JFK Jr. is alive. Q said he wasn't. For one, we know even if Senior did fake his death, like there's no way Senior's alive at this point. I don't think.
No.
But when a junior or when a senior passes away, the junior it falls off.
Right.
So Q saying Junior, no, he's not alive anymore, isn't really a lie if he's the only one alive now.
Right.
Like the only John F. Kennedy alive. So, but Clinton was going after him and he knew it. And she was either going to kill him or he was going to fake his death and take her down. So we'll see in the end. It shouldn't be much more.
It's just amazing how much of this stuff going down currently right now could tie into so much of stuff that's gone throughout our entire country's history. A lot, especially in,
everything.
Recent, yeah.
Even everything though. You heard Gladio. It's World War II. At least
it's crazy. I know, but I love this meme too. It's like Democrats make a seditious video, but then why would Trump say that? You're the one who started this. You're the one who mentioned you actually committed sedition, calling on people to defy the sitting duly elected president. That's your fault, and you get mad that he said, "Well, this could be the punishment for that if gone through trial." And some of them actually have backtracked a little bit on that. I don't know if you've seen some of those. Kind of like, well, that's not exactly what we meant. That's just sure as hell what you meant. Don't we're not stupid, okay? We're anyway. Yeah, this is another thing. Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. That's an insurrection. But dear military, defy your president. That's democracy, according to a Democrat. Fucking A, dude. Like, this is where we're at.
I thought we'd be so much further by now.
You would think, but not with these TDS people out there, or is my favorite Star Wars. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy than sitting in Congress. This is Mos Eisley reference, so I love that moment. But anyway, well, last thing, we'll get out of here tonight. Today, well, I thought that was going to be a bigger picture. It was not. But today, Donald Trump met with Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City, at the White House, as they even took pictures in front of the picture of FDR. I know Zohran was a little happy about that one, which I do notice. I don't know if you noticed this, by the way, though. In all these pictures, and even in the video a little bit, Zohran Mamdani and a lot of his other stuff is always showing his teeth while he's smiling. He's very happy. He don't look as super happy here. He looks a little more subdued than he normally would be.
Did you hear the reporter ask him if he thought Trump was a fascist? Okay.
I got it.
All right,
so
you got to play that other video, especially after this, because it's
Okay.
about the Muslims.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So this whole thing, I mean, this is only that part she's talking about here, but this whole meeting was kind of awkward. I don't know if you listened to it live. I listened to it while I was at work, and they were both obviously being very polite to one another, but you could even tell while they're sitting that Trump don't like him, he don't like Trump, clearly. But Trump did even mention so far as to say, you know what, we agree on more things than many people would maybe think, like, you know, building more housing and making things more affordable and stuff like that. He did say, however, we disagree completely on how to get it done. But he did say that, you know, he's willing to work with him. So he's given the guy a chance, despite the fact that he's a full-blown communist. Okay, so you got to give Trump credit here. And as the president, that is his job. Okay, so he's going to try. We're going to see how this works, or whether or not this guy's going to kind of dial back his rhetoric and his policies, or if he's going to end up going even more nutty now that he's in office. However, for this day, a lot of people on the left who saw this, who were supporters of Mamdani, thought that he was bending the knee to Trump, and they hated the fact that he looked like he was capitulating to Donald Trump. They were all pissed off at Mamdani because he was definitely a 180 here, and he was actually complimenting on Trump, especially like his voter turnout in New York and things like that. So I thought that was interesting. But anyway, as Miranda mentioned, here he is. But we got a reporter who's going to ask Zohran Mamdani, who has called Donald Trump a fascist in the past, and she asked him, do you still believe that Donald Trump is a fascist? And watch Donald Trump here kind of lets Zohran off the hook and kind of saves him a little bit here.
He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say
okay.
yes.
Sorry.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Go ahead and just say yes. So it's just easier. Yeah, he thinks Trump's a fascist. Let's be honest. But Trump even said something. Was asked about Zohran calling him a despot at one point, and Trump said, "Yeah, I've been called worse." To be honest with you, so Trump clearly is not worried here. Okay,
But they're worried about Trump calling somebody Piggy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he was called a despot. I mean, come on, dude. Yeah. Piggy. Oh my God. But yeah, I got one other thing on that.
I call fucking. Well, hell, the world calls. What the hell's his name? Kermit. Everyone?
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes. Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Patrick Mahomes. I couldn't even think of your name. I'm tired.
Is that other video in Facebook too?
Yeah.
The one right below that one. Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure I got the right one here. Come on. Oh, I think I know what this is. But anyway, I want to go ahead and add it anyway. All right, here we go. So this is that video. Where's the audio? Is it muted? Oh, there we go. Back it up, and there we go.
He's got to keep it down.
In 1900, the world was 30% white. Fast forward 125 years, we are down to 7%. The Islamification of Europe is particularly aimed at the destruction of white people. The Islamification of America is aiming to meet the same goal. Our people, white Christian, European, Western civilization, we built the arts. We built the Colosseum. We have ran the world into the industrial age. And now, this people here, the Muslim community, is looking to drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals. They're looking to destroy everything that makes America great. President Trump, send ICE into Dearborn. These people have overstayed their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders, and they have come to this country to destroy our way of life. We know exactly your laws and your book about lying to our faces. pretending to be Americans, wearing your suits. But that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge. There are 53 Muslim majority countries. And in all of them, it is tyranny, destruction. It is shithole living. We have to call it what it is. You guys don't live like we do. We don't want you in our country. We will come and eat your shawarma in Somalia, okay? We don't need it here in Michigan. We don't need it in any part of America. We have a right to self-determination. Damn right. Founding fathers fought and died for our posterity, for white Americans. Amen. And we're being driven out. You come here and you marry 4 or 5 women and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the fuck out of my country. I don't want you here. 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 This is our country. And the people, the veterans, the World War II veterans, that's blood has soaked for our constitutional republic, are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, what the hell did we fight for? We have been taken over without a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding insidious parasites on the American way of life. You will never look like us. You will never eat like us. You won't build buildings like us. You are nothing. You can build nothing. Just like President Trump's great American friends have said. You guys are not us, and get the fuck out. America first. America only. God bless America. Jesus is king.
Now, there's going to be a lot of people who's going to look at this and say that man is totally racist. But
now I want to say something real quick.
all right.
In Minnesota, is that the really Muslim? Yeah.
Yeah, Ilhan Omar is over there and all that sort of
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah. Dearborn, Michigan.
Now,
New York's turning into this.
They have the highest percentage of children with autism.
Mhm.
Okay. Muslims do. They're collecting money from the government for this. I've got to find the clip. I think it was on Zach's show. I don't remember. Might have been Zach's show. I'll try to find it for the next podcast. It is ridiculous the amount of fraud these people are committing here. It's not about being racist.
No,
we know a Muslim. Okay. I loved my Muslim boss.
Right.
It is not about Muslims. It is about these radical Muslims that want to come here and they want to turn it into Somalia. What's the fucking point of fleeing if you're not going to change? Just stay there. It's warmer.
It's not about that. According to their religion, everybody must convert to Islam. That's the point.
Exactly.
That's the radical Islam.
What is this going to take for people to realize this?
We're being conquered in certain Dearborn, Michigan as a whole, but Dearborn, Michigan, especially Minnesota, New York is next on that list. It's pretty much already happened. And it's getting worse. And Texas is adding like what 24 mosques a year at this point or more.
It's
expanding badly in Texas. So it's going to get worse. And if this doesn't stop soon, we're going to be an Islamic country. And I'm sorry, I don't know about you, but I'm not doing it.
No, I will be.
It's not racist. It's trying to preserve our culture and our way of life. They will murder you if you don't believe exactly like the radicals. Let me be clear. Okay. Yeah. But they will do that. And they're the ones
who's trying to take over.
Exactly.
They would kill the non-radical Muslims. Like,
and it's interesting too. And it's interesting too how, I think it was today that the House of Representatives also passed a resolution to, completely denounce socialism in America. However, like 90 some Democrats voted against it. That's the majority of the Democratic representation who want socialism in this country. They're trying to take over, like Charlie Kirk said, a combination of radical socialism and radical Islam is what's going to be the knife that tries to cut America's throat. He was dead on the money. We said this last week or a couple weeks ago when we went over this with the Muslim Brotherhood stuff. And yeah, this man may appear racist to you, or it's even to those maybe in a. And again, if you're a peaceful Muslim, that's one thing. You can live in harmony. We'll do our thing. You whatever. But that's not what the majority want. And some people even believe that even the more moderate Muslims, that once the radicals become in power, those moderate Muslims then become radicalized themselves. They're only peaceful right now until they have the majority. So this is very concerning. While y'all are worried about Donald Trump being a dictator, we've got certain cities and potentially states in this country being conquered right now. That's too extreme, Eric. Well, I'm just telling you the truth.
Oh, I have recently heard Trump say that our state representatives in Indiana are rhinos.
Oh, yeah, well, that stems mostly from the redistricting stuff that we're not doing right now, and he's not happy about it, which I'm not happy about it either, because, again, we're going to just let, Gavin Newsom, all these Democrat states do it to us, but we can't do it back to them. That's not fair. I'm not saying it should be done anywhere, the redistricting stuff, but if
I
they're
think
going to do it, we got to play by the rules.
Blow up the whole freaking system and start over.
Yeah. We're going to end the show here tonight with one of our favorites on the channel, the older millennial, to wrap it up, talking about Zoran and Trump in the Oval Office. And here's his thoughts on it.
I love Trump's interaction with Mamdani in the Oval Office. I thought it was absolutely the best way to play it. Because, let's be real. These two dudes do not fucking like each other. Mamdani has literally called Trump a fascist. And the funny thing was, one of the reporters there actually asked the question. They actually asked Mamdani, do you still think he's a fascist? And Mamdani tried to give a political answer. He was like, well, Trump was like, just say yes. He was like, it's so much easier. Just tell them yes. Because Trump was like, I'm not going to get into a fucking argument about the names you've called me. Because he's a fucking adult. And he recognizes this man is going to be the mayor of New York City, America's largest, most populated city. So Trump realizes, I'm going to have to work with this guy. I'm going to have to get along with him for the betterment of America. But the fun thing is to watch all the liberals that are losing their fucking minds because Trump was nice to Zoran. Of course he was nice to him. He's going to be the mayor of New York City. What does he gain by treating him like an asshole? Let's be real. Even after this meeting, even though they were laughing and joking, Zoran knows that Trump doesn't like him. And Trump knows that Zoran will never like him back. So just be real about it. You're two guys that don't like each other, but you have to work together. So let's follow Trump's example and at least start out on a nice foot.
So some people were saying, well, Donald Trump shouldn't be mean and say quiet piggy, but then with Zoran Mamdani, he wasn't mean enough. Can someone make that make sense to me at all? Anyway, that's what I got for the show tonight. But yeah, this stuff is very concerning, especially with some of the stuff. And we'll see how Zoran Mamdani does. At least for one day, he looked like he was backpedaling on some of the stuff he's already had to ask for donations and stuff because he can't afford the plans he's got, because he's got no plan to pay for this free stuff. And people keep asking, well, how are you going to pay for it? Well, we'll do this. No, none of it's including how. He's just trying to say we're going to do it. Okay, great. But that's what you do with, unicorns and butterflies. It's a communist, this is the way it goes. It never works, ever. But
I forgot to tell you about my bird story. Did you guys talk about the ostriches at all last week? They killed a bunch of ostriches in Canada because... For one, they thought they had the bird flu, or the latest bird flu. And they didn't. They all survived, and they've now got immunity.
Ostrich eggs are about to go through the roof.
Well, they actually could have developed I don't know if you want to call it a vaccine or whatever, but for this COVID variant, they killed all 130 some ostriches. The state or the country, it was Canada. So
what do you expect?
Yeah, but it's a big thing. It's all just like our FDA would do, or when they killed all the chickens because.
And part of me, I know Biden said, well, it's because they had the bird flu or whatever. Part of me wonders if it was more like, well, we can screw Trump on the way out the door with this too.
Oh yeah, they weren't trying to screw Trump; they were trying to starve us.
Well, that and just raise the prices on everything. And it's Trump's fault. Blame him for it when it wasn't his fault when they exit all, which they're down, by the way.
They're playing politics with our lives, though, and it's
with everything. Yeah, it's disgusting at this point. So, yeah. Brandon, you're being awful quiet over there. You still okay, buddy?
He's only got about an hour worth of sleep today.
Yeah, it's
I hear you.
It's this delay thing that's fucking me up, and it's really pissing me off.
Yeah, that's what Miranda had the problem with. So hopefully you get your laptop fixed soon, and we'll get it all.
Yeah, hopefully since we're off this week or this coming week, by the time we come back, you'll have it.
Okay, sweet. That'd be awesome. All right. Well, I think we're going to get out of here, guys. It's been 4 hours. So, yeah, we're going to drop out of here, I think. But like we said, we won't be on next week if you're still watching us here. Thank you for sticking through the whole show, by the way. But we won't be on next week. And we'll be back on December 5th following Thanksgiving, that Friday night for episode number 72 of the podcast. But like I've always said, if you find us for the first time, please click the like and subscribe button. Don't forget to comment below. Hit follow on our Rumble page. Don't forget to follow us on X on the bottom of the screen in the description box below. And as always, like I said, hope you guys enjoyed this show. Comment below. Let us know what you guys thought about everything we talked about here. Definitely kind of helps us get feedback as well, what we can do maybe to better the show and things like that as well. We like to take suggestions if you guys have some as well. So, but anyway, thank you so much for watching. We're going to get out of here, and I hope you guys have a very happy Thanksgiving with your families and eat enough turkey. I'm going to eat my fair share. I don't know about the sweet potatoes like Brandon mentioned, but I'm definitely going to get some of that green bean casserole. So I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to. All right, guys, as always, take care. See you in 2 weeks. God bless.
Stay safe. Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Hey, gobble, gobble, gobble.